Absolute beanage.
I'm going to shove a whole burrito down my gullet while the government watches.
While the entirety of Twitch watches.
Twitch, you're just going to you're going to get burrito gullet ASMR.
If actually, oh wait, no, it was YouTube that had a problem with ASMR.
Wait,
I don't
really?
think
Someone had a problem with ASMR?
it was either Twitch or YouTube. I
Finally.
forget. Nautilus, it's been not even a minute.
That's dedicated.
Hydrate.
You two are subject to this as well.
Oh, I know. I'm
Worry.
pulling out the night water.
Nautilus, if I made a first command, would you redeem the first command? Here you are, on the wall.
Rotate.
Watching a Fire Emblem Engage video before and have... Freaking, I don't know if you saw, but Spoods went back and clipped my, reaction to the whole Fire Emblem name drop.
Boots went back to the mine. How's Elijah doing? Very well.
Like Elijah Wood.
The god.
Elijah the axolotl. I wonder how real life Elijah Wood is doing at this current moment.
Mr. Frodo.
I hope something either illegal or sleeping a very restful sleep.
It was just a Jean build.
Jean D's nuts.
Hey, so, Spoods, do you want to go back into the cave that we got lost in?
Spoods, want to go back to the mine?
Jimbles, do you want to come with us?
I'm already in the cave.
If there's one thing I learned about Minecraft,
High HP Bruiser with Ike and Great Aether.
I actually don't think I can say them on stream. Never mind.
Got him.
There we go. There's my moment. Now Jimbles gets the next 20 of them.
When is Minecraft adding the sex update?
That's supposed to be what was coming out with 120, but they canceled it.
Can't believe Minecraft just canceled sex.
Decided to give us camels instead.
Thought they were giraffes, not gonna lie.
So if we want to do bed mining for netherite, we need to get beds.
I mean,
That is
the
the
logic
statement.
checks out.
It's just a kid surrounded by corrupted, taking 2 to 4 damage and hitting back with 60 and having 90 max HP. Jeez. True disciple of Ike.
That's what it's like when a bunch of adults with a peanut allergy fight the kid that smeared peanut butter all over his hands because he's a messy eater.
That was
Dusted-
oddly specific.
Dusted Knuckles. I don't even know what Dusted Knuckles, like, outside of that meme are.
Yo, shout out to that time Grunkle Stan pulled out the brasses and just punched a zombie.
Shout out to the time that he did the same with a pterodactyl.
Shout out to all those times Grunkle Stan just punched something because he's an angry old man. Well, this mine shaft has come to an unfortunate and quick lava end.
Are you in the screw-off cave?
Nah, I'm in the grungin.
You know, I'm also legitimately surprised that the screw-off cave bit came from Spoods as well. How does it feel, Spoods?
There's a different word that could be used for it, it's just that I don't use it, so...
Well, yeah, but at the same time, it's still funny.
Or was it more of the fact that you weren't expecting me to be the one that gave it the name?
It was more of the fact that I wasn't expecting you to say screw off cave and then immediately be like, oh wait, that could be misconstrued.
Hey, there's some diamonds.
Who would have known that avoiding the swear word would have made it sound a lot worse under certain circumstances?
How do you think I come up with half the convoluted crap I do?
Nautilus, I'm tempted to do a channel point redeem that's just like do high pitched voice for like 5 or 10 minutes. Do girl voice.
How much are you gonna make it?
That's the real question.
69.
Very affordable.
That was a strange inflection there.
I almost walked off to my death, sorry.
Got it.
Did you almost walk into the screw off cave?
Yeah, I didn't realize that it was right there behind me.
Oh yeah, that's part of the reason that we didn't explore much deeper. We ran out of torches.
I was coming out to get wood because our house is not house enough. We need more house.
This house doesn't look sufficiently flammable. Oh yeah, the lava.
If I haven't spent an unwarranted amount of time building this house, it's not worth it.
If I can't
yeah.
get lost in my labyrinth, is it truly even a labyrinth?
I got Nautilus. The idea for that for that channel point redeem came from Lapis has a channel point redeem that's just speaking French for a certain period of time.
Jimbles, that was really deep.
I forget, can you smelt gilded blackstone?
For nuggers. Chimkim nuggers.
Wait, we have 3 ancient debris?
Yeah.
We got it from the Bastion.
Spoods found one and I found a couple. I got pretty lucky. Gosh dang it, the torch system got messed up.
I was shocked.
Oh,
that you
no.
climbed it on.
Nautilus, it's not a channel point redeem on Lapis's end. It's actually a it was one of the things that she was doing during her donathon. Oh, the Gilded Blackstone. You don't think you can smelt Gilded Blackstone?
Through the Googles.
You two always have the Terraria wiki open. So where's your Minecraft wiki?
I don't
Mostly
leave the
memorized.
Minecraft wiki open. The problem is that Gilded Blackstone is too new for my Minecraft knowledge.
You place it and you mine it. That's how you get the gold out of it.
90% of my Minecraft knowledge comes from 1.2.5 all the way to 1.12.2. Past that is, you know...
Past that isn't real.
Minecraft past 1.12.2 doesn't exist.
You know what? Let's do some callouts. Let's see what kind of Minecrafter you are. What's your favorite Minecraft version?
What kind of Minecraft are you? Just give me the credit card information.
Honestly, like, the one that I've played the most is probably 1.7.10. Just playing modded. Hey, Spoods. I have some stuff that I need you to take home. Also, Jimbles, I realized that you didn't name the grass block in the chest last time.
Yeah, it's because I got it right after it died and I didn't have any levels.
Some of the most fun that I've had playing Minecraft with friends in middle school was on 1.4.
Mm.
I didn't have friends in 1.4.
That was I mean, I really only had Josh, so...
It was early enough, and I went to the wrong schools, so that everyone was like, "What the heck's a Minecraft?"
I
I'm like,
just saw.
it's a cool, fun block game, and everyone's just like, "Shut up."
I just looked at the thumbnail, Nautilus. That's cursed as hell.
Jimbles, you saying that made me feel super old.
Also, Nautilus, I want you to know that before we hopped on, Spoods and I were. Well, I guess Spoods was working on thumbnails. I was just telling Spoods what to do.
Bossing spoods around, you know, normal thing.
We have some good thumbnails. Actually, when you get a sec... Hey, Spider Jockey.
Another? This is the second one we've seen on this world.
No, we agreed that the Sombreroni pizza has to be the last thumbnail. It's gonna be the story finale thumbnail. No, instead, Spoods, you should send the part 10 thumbnail. In memes. Yeah. So that Nautilus can see it.
Memes. I can't quite poke you with my hat.
Jimbles, I want you to know that wearing the hat gets rid of the top layer of your head, so I can just see through all the way down.
Wait, really?
To your neck, yeah. It clips the top texture of your head, so I can just see the inside of your eyes and the back of your head and down to your neck.
It's empty, right? I didn't leave anything in there?
No, yeah, it's empty.
Yes,
Sweet.
forfeit all mortal possessions to Vale. The Boots Time Paradox would have been a fun thumbnail, but I also don't know what the Boots Time Paradox would look like as a thumbnail.
I've never played Fire Emblem or know anything about the Boots Time Paradox, so thank you for not doing that to me.
I would try to explain it, but I also want to keep the spoilers out for Engage, because it's its own series that's going on currently.
Minecraft is one of those games that as long as the music is playing, it's the exact right amount of stimulation. But the moment the music stops, I'm like, I something more, need more.
Chat's here to help you with that.
Is there a way I can move chat to the other
a
side?
silly block game. No need to go too hard for the soundtrack. C418.
Classic meme.
And Lena Rain.
Lana Del Rey, I can't believe they got her to write music for this game.
I wonder what
What
else
was I even looking for?
Lena Rain has done.
You know what I'm genuinely surprised at?
Okay, see you, Nautilus. What?
Adios.
The fact the fact that Deadmau5 really likes Minecraft, got a custom player skin coded into the game for him, and yet he hasn't made a song for the game.
Yeah, that I've wondered at that before too. It's kind of interesting.
Like they were all on friendly terms with each other and everything, but the conversation never came up of like, hey, music?
Sorry, music machine broke.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
What kind that see, there's the speculation in it though. What kind of song would Deadmau5 write for Minecraft?
An Ender Dragon boss theme that would have slapped.
It totally would have.
Random thing. Did I ever tell you about the time that freaking Fire Emblem Three Houses was like, yeah, you know, rather than epic choral piece, well, there is a like epic choir piece sung in Latin. I sent it a little while back, God Shattering Star. But one of the near final boss themes is dubstep
Oh.
in a Fire Emblem game.
Dudes have made a remarkable discovery.
Oh, yeah.
My hat can perfectly hide this lantern.
Oh. Oh, and it's glowing. At least with my shader pack, it's glowing. Where's the... There it is. Oh. There we go.
I swear, the new cave gen from Caves and Cliffs is super dumb because it's basically just you can have one cave that'll provide for you for the rest of the game.
If it's a good cave, at least.
Yeah.
Oh, I need golden something.
So we can't make healing potions yet, can we?
Nope. Gotta find a blaze.
Yeah. Which we're also not in a great position to do.
Yeah, that's definitely something we could work on this stream.
Hmm.
The holy hat. Hold on, if I put on a helmet, does it ruin this? Yes. Oh. I've got Diet Mountain Dew by Lana Del Rey stuck in my head. Oh well, time to listen to that one song again.
Time to listen to the entirety of the Celeste soundtrack.
Keep yawning. Gosh dang. I can tell I was definitely trying to type in Dirt Poor Robins while drunk because I have like 4 different artists in my search that are close to but not quite Dirt Poor Robins.
Interesting.
I've got Poor Dirty Astronauts, Dirt Poor Boys, and Dirt Poor Authority.
That's an interesting amount of dirt poor band names.
So tell me, Spoods, have you fallen further down the Dirt Poor rabbit hole?
Not much further.
Nah, you're still in the safe zone.
Mostly just still listening to the what I know kind of stuff.
Jimbles, did you make bone blocks or did we find bone blocks?
No comment.
Made, got it.
And found.
Really?
Yeah. I had made like one or maybe two, and then I think I found a couple more.
I totally forgot that I lost my good fishing rod. Fishing stream, here we come.
We could take you out to the wellness complex near where y'all live, and we could do a midnight ice fishing stream.
Okay, completely random thing. One of these days, I really want, like, I know that it's really difficult to set up just because of the time that I stream, but I really want to do a night where, like, us three and someone else, join up and we stream through, Four Swords Adventures.
I mean, you just have to give me like a week of notice.
Gotta make sure that it's okay with everyone else at my place.
That too. Why did we spawn in such a difficult location? In the
We
Nether?
didn't. I was about to say we didn't spawn anywhere near where we're at.
Think I could MLG Strider strat?
Not if it doesn't already have a saddle on it.
I bet I could right click quick enough.
Just don't try to do it with your equipment on. We fished up another Nautilus. I don't even know what Nautilus shells are useful for.
Crafting a Heart of the Sea.
I thought that you had to find those.
You find one of the crafting components for it.
Is that the thing that you use to make underwater bases or whatever?
Yeah.
Crafting conduit? Using a Heart of the Sea and Nautilus shells. Huh.
Yep, that's
Weird.
That's the one.
What does the conduit actually do?
It allows you to breathe underwater, gives you... I think it removes the underwater mining debuff, but I could be wrong on that one.
Is it like
Gives
a
you
piece of
night vision.
equipment, or is it just a block that goes...
It's a mini structure.
Huh. Weird.
Need Prismarine to do it, though.
It gives you a buff that's 3 buffs mashed together.
Yeah. No, all of which are just designed to help making living under the ocean doable. Not necessarily good, just doable.
Do we really not have food anywhere?
Does anyone remember off the top of their heads the best level for netherite? It's 15, right?
Is it 15? I thought it was like
Thir-
10.
Like 13 to 15, something like that. I'll double check.
Nautilus might know. I don't know.
8 to 15 is the optimal. Why is it always and only when we're streaming that one of my index fingers decides to freeze?
Mm. That's probably really loud in the mic for people watching stream. Oh, wait, I don't have a bucket.
This is a bucket.
No.
Dear God.
Dear God.
There's more.
No.
No.
Such a good video. It's a classic. Boy, am I glad that cobbled deep slate counts as cobblestone. How does the Where's the Caveman bit go?
Boy,
It's
I'm
like-
glad he's behind there and I'm out here.
I forget, are wood planks 1-to-1 with their smelting?
They're 1 to 1.5. Well, so a log will smelt one item. A plank, for some reason, one plank will smelt 1.5 items. So you can get 6
Weird.
items out of one log if you do it in planks.
That's really weird.
Yeah, it's one of those more strange decisions. But in a way that I don't mind.
You want to know a strange Minecraft decision that I do mind?
3 doors.
Bedrock Edition requiring you to craft a shovel into your boat.
You're never going to forgive poor Bedrock Edition for that, are you?
No. It's so dumb.
Bedrock Edition ain't done nothing wrong other than existing.
Honestly, I do like Bedrock Edition. Mainly because it
Convenient.
makes multiplayer a hell of a lot easier. But it does have a lot of issues. And the really dumb thing is that Mojang is like, oh, we want to have complete, like, we basically want to make Java and Bedrock into the same game.
We need that parity.
And then
Or at
when
least-
asked if they would change the differences between how Redstone worked, they're just like, nah. It's too much work.
We all know that they only work like a month out of, every 4 or so years.
30-minute workdays. I forget, do we have use for gold currently?
Never
but-
hurts to keep around.
Yeah, eventually we'll use it for netherite.
Wait, you need gold for netherite?
4 ancient debris, which you smelt into ancient scrap or something like that, and then you combine it with 4 gold.
I thought that you just combined the gold. Or I thought that you combined your netherite straight with your diamond tool.
Well, to get the netherite itself, you have to make it.
Jesus, there's Spoods. This cave just keeps going.
Boy, I love sunken cost fallacy.
I don't know what you're sinking cost into, but
Netherite.
mm. Are you still looking for netherite?
We just need a single ancient 3. Hey, look at that. Sunken cost wins again.
It's like that whole meme that's just like 90% of gamblers win or give up just before they win.
No, not that one again. Yo, is it California that has that whack law that allows them to detain you for insanity against your will?
No idea.
I think it is. That feels right. California's got some whack laws.
It sounds like something Florida would do.
Like being charged up to $100,000 for using a plastic straw.
Yup.
I wish that one was a joke.
My favorite of that along those lines, though, is the criminal irony that is the sheer. Well, you have to pay to get a plastic bag in California. The sheer amount of plastic they use in the plastic bag and in the packaging is more than in other states.
Mm. I don't like new coal generation.
Yeah, it's an interesting, like, thing that somehow coal became the resource that I'm constantly running out of now. It's because they made it so it doesn't spawn as low as frequently.
That's
Guys,
going to
I
be the
got a
limiting.
carrot from a zombie.
That's going to be the limiting factor as to whether or not you can use a cave for the rest of the game, is how much coal is in it.
It's when you go find another cave and you nickname it the Coal Cave, and that's where you put the children.
Dead silence.
The children yearn for the mines. Who are we to deny them?
Do either of you have that meme by any chance?
Not on hand.
Sorry.
Mm. We really do need more coal, holy shit.
Remember that
mean,
time when Old Man Wickles tried to convince an entire investing board that we can just totally have free child labor by making it a summer camp?
Remember that time when some people in real life actually did that and they're still getting away with it?
The plot
I
of
should
the
not
movie
have it
Holes.
I mean, worst comes to worst, we can always just start producing charcoal.
Yeah, but that's also not
Not
nearly
ideal,
as...
agreed.
Spoods, you're covering coal.
Well, grab it. I ain't covering it yet. You
We're
guys
just have-
want to hear? Sorry.
I was just saying we're having a conversation about coal, and Spoods is just over here standing next to a giant vein of coal.
It didn't look that big in my defense.
What were you saying, Spoods?
I was gonna say, you guys want to hear something cool?
Hmm.
So you know Star Wars Visions, right?
No.
The animated Star Wars anthology.
Oh yeah, those.
So they confirmed that it's getting a second season. I never watched the first season. But there was one standout to me for the second season's animation lineup.
Who they got?
Aardman.
Really?
Yeah. Aardman gets to make a Star Wars short. Darth Wallace is real.
That's gonna be interesting.
I don't know if it's gonna be Wallace specifically, but that's the joke people were making.
Darth Gromit. Be honest, Darth Gromit sounds a lot more menacing.
Spoods is expanding the house.
Boots is expanding.
Expand Spoods. Sounds of Spoods being attacked by a zombie.
I really should have made this bridge out of cobble, but all I had was netherite. I mean, netherrack. Goodness, I
about
wish
to
it was
say-
made out of netherite.
I was about to say, you had better not build a bridge out of netherite.
Sorry, folk. I took all the netherite and I built a bridge out of it.
If you made it out of the actual blocks, that one actually wouldn't look too bad. It'd still be a huge waste, but at least it would look good.
It would be blast proof.
Yeah, but you can achieve the same effects with cobblestone.
At least for a gassed blast.
Why does Ghast Blast sound wrong?
So I don't know of anyone who's ever heard. I don't think I've ever met anyone who's ever referred to it as a gas blast until right then.
The entirety of stream chat is mad at me now because I'm leaving creeper holes.
Well, as long as you're not leaving floating trees, we can still be compadres. Partners in slime.
Mario and Luigi, partners in time. Coming soon to a Maddie the Magical Girl stream near you.
Mario and Krungle. We lost Luigi.
Krungle is the replacement.
We hired design genius, Jeff Bezos to design the new Mario companion. Meet Krungle, everyone. He's got 6 eyes and 2 legs.
And wants your money.
He's willing to take it forcefully.
This is literally just Wario. Except, believe it or not, Wario actually has morals.
Yeah, his morals are get that bread.
To be fair, he's saved at least 2 princesses.
For the
And
bread.
And defeated an Eldritch Abomination once.
Yeah, that one's just him being a good person, I guess.
Who are we to deny Wario his bag?
Wario's gotta fill his trunk. No way he's that dummy thick without having some gold back there.
I still really like that. Whatever game it is and whatnot, that whatever amiibo you put on, he poorly draws, and then when you put his on, it's just like the most elegant
Masterpiece.
looking. Yeah.
I think that's a WarioWare Gold, if I'm not
Self-portrait.
mistaken.
That sounds correct. His boots, his boots, his boots.
Ooh.
Oh,
Monkey.
monkey. Okay.
Jimbles, would you buy the DLC and Mario Kart 8 if in the last DLC pass they add Funky Kong as a playable character again?
That's shockingly tempting.
How could they remove Funky Kong from Mario Kart?
How could they deny the funk his throne?
How could they deny the funk his Kong? Hey, does anyone remember that that one time that Donkey Kong got sent to prison in Super Mario RPG?
I mean, honestly, that's probably where he should be, but I absolutely will fight tooth and nail to make sure he doesn't end up there.
There's an enemy in Mario RPG called Enslaved Kong. You might have seen the meme of it that's just like the picture of... Or it's Chained Kong, actually. That's just like Donkey Kong with like a ball and chain and a spiked collar.
Right now, all I can think of is that one image on Wikipedia of Donkey Kong holding a barrel in the darkness.
That sounds intimidating.
I gotta find the image.
As it should be.
Donkey Kong. That's not how you spell it.
There's an entire rap that tells you how to spell his name.
DK.
It tells you the first two letters of his name.
The Donkey Kong. Boots, you're basically the closest thing to tech support that I have on a daily basis. Is there a way I can have two mouse pointers on my screen at one time?
With third-party software.
Excellent. Now to just grow an extra arm.
Minecraft, but we stapled two characters together.
Bread stapled to trees.
The one subreddit that Jimbles uses.
Solid one.
I have acquired some coal. The ninja from Ninjago.
Where's my texture pack?
That was
I
one
want
of the
that-
names of the ninjas from Ninjago, right?
Yeah, it is.
Which, is it the red one? Or is it the black one?
Black one.
Kai is the red one.
I know that Zane is the white one.
Yeah.
Jay is the blue, right?
Yeah.
I only remember that because I always was a little peeved. His name was Blue Jay.
I can't remember the green one is called because I didn't get that.
Lloyd.
Lloyd. Okay. And he's Gargamon's son, right?
Yeah. That was the
Why
big
did-
plot twist.
I didn't know that... Like, I didn't watch a whole lot of Ninjago when I was younger. But I watched a bit. Why is Ninjago lore as deep as it is?
Someone finally got a chance to write their fanfic into like a TV show and they went ham.
I've heard that the writing in it is actually not that bad.
Oh yeah, it's solid.
Like, it's not a whole lot of... Like, a lot of those types of shows end up with a whole lot of, you know, and then X happened.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Where it's just like an incoherent string of, oh, X happened and then Y happened and then that sort of deal.
No, Ninjago's pretty continuous in what happens. It's not bad.
The Lego sets are cool.
Absolutely. All I know is I got in trouble because I kept throwing mine at my siblings. Not spinning it, throwing it.
Coolest kid on the block if you had all of the gold weapons.
Coolest kid on the block if you gave the kid with all the gold weapons a black eye by throwing a Ninjago kid at him from halfway across the classroom.
I only ever had 2 Ninjago sets, mostly because most of them were expensive.
Yeah.
I got Kai's Fire Mech, and I got the little training set with Cole.
I only had one, and I know it came with one of the spinners, but I think it was a pretty small one otherwise. I don't even remember what it was.
I thought that the spinners were like their own set. Like their own mini thing.
Maybe they were. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe that's all I had.
They were going up against a frickin' Beyblade.
The little training ground set thing I think was like $6.99, and the Fire Mech was $14.99.
Oh, beans. Anybody got 30 levels?
I have
No.
6.
I've got 17.
This netherite pickaxe on the level 30 comes with efficiency 3.
Ooh. If we combine our efforts, we would have 30, but the game doesn't work that way because we don't have mods.
With our frustration combined, we make Captain Anger. Dude, that was a show, wasn't it? Symbionic Titan? That one happened.
I don't know why when you said Symbionic Titan, the first thing that came to my mind was Jake Long, American Dragon.
Alright, you're gonna hate me, but when you said that, do you want to know what came to mind?
What?
My gym partner's a monkey.
Oh my goodness.
I swear, sometimes it's like you two are speaking another language.
My gym partner's a monkey. Made me think of the Mighty Bee.
Oh gosh.
Hey, so I found another mineshaft down the cave.
Alright, Spoons, I gotta continue this. Freakazoid. How deep does this rabbit hole go?
I think Kim Possible because the art styles were pretty similar to each other.
They were. I'm like comparing them mentally, and they were pretty similar, art-wise.
I don't think they were made by the same people though. Were they? Frick, I have to check this now.
No, because Freakazoid was Nickelodeon, Kim Possible's Disney. Now all I have stuck in my head is Shigo punching things.
Oh yeah, they were totally different people that made them.
Different people, and weren't they like almost 20 years apart? Well, not 20, like 10 years apart from each other?
Freakazoid started in 1995 and ended in 1997, and Kim Possible started in 2002.
Pretty
So
far apart from each
They
other.
were separated a bit.
I don't know if y'all can look at my stream, but I found a really cool mineshaft.
Oh, is it Lush?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lush mine shaft.
Jimbles, you're gonna hate me for this one, probably.
Hold on. Let me try to preemptively guess it. Planet Sheen.
Oh my gosh, I totally forgot about Planet Sheen.
Don't worry, so did everyone.
Rightfully so.
But thinking of Kim Possible being the teenage spy, made me think of Totally Spies.
Oh goodness.
Also, it was that same time period, the early
Wait.
thousands.
Okay. I have to say it because Totally Spies came up. Totally Spies is definitely the reason that people have a kink for leather, right?
I can't answer that because I haven't seen enough of the show.
I would say if so,
Le-
specifically
leather-
for millennials, because before that definitely came from something else.
Well, yeah, but
The only kink I have is for the live action Cat in the Hat. You almost hit a German kid with a baseball bat. It would have been funny.
I'm gonna be completely honest. I used to watch that movie a lot more than I should have.
It's a
What
solid
movie?
influence in your life.
Yeah. I
What
remember
movie?
as a kid watching it at least like 10 different times.
The live action Cat in the Hat, Maddie.
ow. The reason that there are no more live action Dr. Seuss movies.
That movie was when we peaked.
They
As
made the
as the
Grinch,
human race.
Mm-hmm.
and nobody batted an eye. And then they made Cat in the Hat, and they're like, "No, that's too far. That's too far."
They
Isn't
made the best Grinch too, because that Grinch ate broken glass and called people a bitch.
Yeah, I was about to say.
I mean, it's also Jim Carrey, so
It was the best Grinch.
Every time I think of Jim Carrey as the Grinch, my brain goes to that interview that people like to make fun of. That's just like, hey, do you know? It's like him talking about the lady and her kid that he met, and the mom was like, "Hey, do you know who that is? That's the Grinch." And then he pulls the face that's just like bone structure bending.
the fact that he could still pull that face is mind-boggling.
I
The
want to
fact
know
that-
what strength his tendons in his face have.
I should rephrase that. The fact that he was able to pull that face at all, and that wasn't makeup.
Yeah.
Dudes, I've tried to introduce you to the band Tamino, right?
No.
Well, here's my trying to introduce you.
Here's your introduction.
How do you spell that?
Tamino. I'd recommend either Tamino or Persephone. Wait, not Tamino, Habibi. The song Habibi by Tamino. Got there eventually.
I was thinking for a second, I'm all like, do they really have a song named after themselves?
Percent. Why are you typing out app data, Jimbles?
Amogus.
Actually
Mogus.
work. I wasn't expecting that to work.
I don't remember what the one for the cross was.
Do you ever just feel like creepers blow up for no reason? Like, sometimes you're very clearly out of range, and sometimes creepers are just like, nope, I'm already there.
I was gonna try to say something, but it would probably have come out sounding way more sexual than I wanted it to, so...
Now you've got me curious. Pisa.
I was gonna say something along the lines of like, I mean, he can't just stop now. He's ready to.
Thank you, Spades.
He's about to brown.
Hey, so, Jimbles, I have an enchanted book for you.
Is it Curse of Vanishing?
Just Curse of Vanishing. No, I found a book with loyalty on it.
Oh,
And I know that you like using tridents.
this pleases the nut.
Spoods, I have to ask, when we get around to playing Superstar Saga, are you gonna make a Super Nut thumbnail, or are you gonna make a Max Nut thumbnail?
I mean, I had in mind the Luigi face. I think that was the super nut, right?
Yeah,
It's
that's
both.
super nut.
Oh, it's both. I mean, I could do
It's
both.
it's the same meme. It's just that the Max Nut is the like super deep fried. Hey, Jimbles, I want you to know that I found almost the exact thing we just finished talking about.
Curse of Vanishing?
It's a
of
Curse
Binding.
of Binding book. Which is still funny.
Good morning, Vietnam.
My brain just immediately, like, listening to the music that's playing on my end currently, my brain went to the Terraria Cave song.
Ba 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 ba.
Now, like, the intro to it.
Wow. Wow.
What is the top comment on that video again?
I'm fascinated by this man's ability to spontaneously become a fax machine.
I knew it was something along those lines.
What am I looking for? This wasn't it, but this'll do.
That'll do, donkey.
That'll do, donkey. That'll do.
That'll do. Donkey.
Can't quote that one. If you know what the phrase "my Shrek's box" means, I'm sorry.
Okay, Jimbles, I have no idea what I heard. But it was definitely an experience.
Glad to know that you don't know what that is. That makes me genuinely happy and hopeful for you.
Okay, now I'm confused. Are we talking about the same thing?
It's not the video you're probably thinking it is. It has nothing to do with that specific video that Josh loved to quote and show us.
Oh, we were talking about the Shrek's box.
Ah, never mind. You know what it is. Good.
I wasn't referring to that. Sorry, I'd finished listening to Habibi.
Oh,
And so I was just saying I have no idea what I just heard, but it was definitely an experience.
got it. It's an interesting band.
Yeah. Xbox sound completely different.
Very aggressively different vibes.
Sorry, chat. Definitely can't mention that one.
From positive to aggressively negative vibes.
Why was it Josh that found all of the cursed Shrek stuff?
I'm convinced that he went out of his way to do it.
I'm convinced Josh wasn't real.
Josh does a lot of things for the memes.
It's what makes him
sometimes
dangerous.
A lot more than you think any sane person would do.
Again, it's what makes him dangerous.
Would you even try to consider Josh a sane person?
Probably not.
Shout out to that time that he wouldn't let me ride his fun bike again because it was the first time I'd ever been on an electric bike and I gunned it.
He just wouldn't let you back on.
Yeah, pretty much.
There's something weirdly funny about that.
It was pretty cool.
Josh didn't realize at the time I had never once ridden a motorcycle, so he hands me his electric bike and he's like, "Here, take it for a spin," and I just full throttled it away.
That was Josh's first mistake.
Giving me something.
I only did it a little bit. No, I'm not.
Hey, you want to
I-
know what we should totally talk about?
What?
The curbs.
Fuck.
It's time for chat to know.
Jimbles, this is mostly your story.
I know. I'm relishing in it. Relish, I tell you.
How do you even start this story?
Jimbles had a 3D printer.
I had a 3D printer in high school. I think that's how we start. And I used
Do you
that
still
3D
have your
printer.
3D printer?
Sort of. I have it. I have all the things I need for it to work. It's not currently set up.
Mm.
I could set it up. It would take me like 4 or 5 hours to do so. It's not at my apartment. It's at my parents' house.
Fair.
That's where the lead time comes from.
But, had a 3D printer. Used it to do all sorts of things that most types of teachers are like, oh goodness.
Jimbles once 3D printed a gearbox for an engineering class.
3D printed a gearbox. 3D printed parts for a air bottle rocket. But
Honestly, what didn't you 3D print in engineering?
the cardboard bridge. I think that's about it.
Yeah, but you made that cardboard bridge far, far sturdier than just about everyone else.
My bridge was honestly pretty solid. I guess I won't try even change that one. But
Wasn't yours the one that was able to hold the most weight?
I was either most or second most. Or at least ratio wise. That one is graded on ratio, I think.
Yeah.
But I have a 3D printer. I use it to do all sorts of minor shenanigans, nothing that would get me like actually in trouble with anyone. But very end of the year, very end of the last year that I'm attending this school, because I'm about to move schools the next year, I find a file on the interwebs of Kirby with a much more realistic face than it should have ever had. Very, very human, very, very disturbing. I'm certain you could find the file if you're so determined to do so.
I really want to...
Unfortunately, you will find the file that has realistic feet with it too, because I have never been able to find the original one since then.
Really?
Yup.
I
But-
can't believe that I own a one-of-a-kind object. I do still
Right?
have some. Have at least one of these, by the way. I
Oh,
still
heck
have
yeah.
one.
I mean, I've still got the files for it. I could always print more, but I don't actually have any of them physically anymore.
Mm.
Used them all.
I think I've got the one that was done in half white, half black filament.
Oh yeah, the special one.
The one with pants.
Yeah, give him shoes and pants. So, print like, I'd say what, 20 of these things total?
Nah, you printed like 50 of them.
All right, 50 of them. I printed a
'Cause
fair amount of them.
We passed them out around our friend group and distributed them.
Yeah. Bring them to school. Last day of school at this school for me. And then just spread them out to all my amigos, my squad. We go around the school, placing them in various locations. We placed them in our school's mascots. Like, we have a statue of our school's mascot right by the front entrance to the school. We placed one in its mouth. We've placed one all the way up on, like, a whiteboard above our library. I think my favorite one that we did is we placed one on top of a fire alarm in the orchestra room.
Also on... oh wait, no, we didn't manage to get the one on top of the clock in the orchestra room, did we?
Not on top of the clock, not quite. We couldn't quite get that one. But they're just all over this school. But they're always in weird spots that you would never, like... Okay, never mind, you would because you're usually bored of the school. But all sorts of weird spots that a normal person that's not bored wouldn't try to look for. And people start noticing. That's throughout the day, you can see they're slowly disappearing, and people are getting more and more like, what the heck are these things, as they pull one out of their bag. Like, I found this. Look what I found. One of our teachers, we had this one teacher, really cool guy. Like, genuinely one of my favorite teachers I've ever had the pleasure of taking a class from. He's the only teacher, I think, that we in person gave a curb to, and we did it like right as the day is ending. We handed it to him and we walked out of the school. As it stands, I move on to the school I was moving to. Maddie here continues attending school. Spoots had graduated after that event, but over the next year or two, there's just slowly, they're all disappearing. And I think the last one that we know about disappeared 3 years after that day. And it was one that was hidden up in the library.
Yeah, the one that was hidden in, like, the scenery around the library.
Yeah, it was, like, hidden on top of a bookshelf in, like, a little diorama that they had. It was just watching everything. First little monstrosities. So glad I made them.
I'd like to think that it was the librarian that ended up with that last one.
What is this doing in my books? What is this? I mean, our squad also directly helped to get Halo banned on the school computers.
Yeah.
Traded a pirated copy of Undertale for a pirated copy of Halo CE.
You know, as you do in high school.
Yes, yes you do.
Well, I guess I need to make a weapon.
A weapon.
Done.
With the house?
Huh?
Done?
Oh, sorry, gun.
Gun. For Maddie's neutral special, he wields cynicism.
Why am I the one that wields cynicism?
Oh no, it's what came to mind. I'm sorry.
I like to think of myself more as like a cautious optimist. Which some people will just call cynicism.
Yo, shout out anyone in Twitch chat who knows the band Future Kings of Nowheres. You're a real G.
You know, as cool as Blackstone is, I hate it a lot. Not because of the weird mining speed complaint about it. I hate Blackstone because I can't see anything when it's dark with Blackstone.
Speak up, I'm not wearing pants.
I wish I knew another language so I could respond to that in another language.
Why another language specifically?
I don't know, I think it would be funny.
I agree, it would. It's just an interesting statement to punctuate off of that.
Frick, what's pants in Spanish?
Pantalones.
Pantalones. No hables pantalones. There we go. That's the best I got.
That's a pretty good one.
I want to learn Spanish. Mostly because that's what makes up half of me.
Yeah, that's fair. Got some heritage in it.
That, and it's a lot easier than Norwegian is.
Bit closer to English.
I mean, to be fair, Norwegian is pretty similar to English in a lot of ways.
You could make everyone just question you by learning Dutch. Not German, specifically Dutch. Maddie,
Yeah.
that Riptide 3 book also has efficiency 4, though.
The Riptide book isn't the thing I found. It was loyalty.
Oh.
Which I might have lost, actually.
Well, we got a book that has Riptide and efficiency on it.
I would want to learn German with the express purpose of just shouting compliments at people.
My
But
brother
they
is
would have
learning
no
German,
idea.
and the only thing he uses it for is to insult me.
Truly using German as it's designed.
German, where you can make compliments sound like insults, and French, where you can make insults sound like compliments.
I keep forgetting what I was about to do. Probably check on the pumpkin farm.
Boy, am I glad... Fuck. Boy, am I
Pivot
glad
of
that...
emotions.
Emotional 180.
An emotional 360 nose scope.
I was gonna say, boy, am I glad that glowberries exist so that I can heal. But I accidentally placed them on the ceiling.
It just means there will be more glowberries now.
Yeah, but it means I have to wait 12 hours for them to grow.
have trace chickens.
El pollo.
We have cuatro pollo. Maybe that's what Kirby truly means. He's hungry for chicken. I bring you a gift of great value in these trying times.
Oh.
They're quite quickly becoming an expensive people food.
You know what one of my favorite language things is?
Hmm.
It's from a movie, but it's from Mr. Bean's Holiday.
Hmm.
It's
Keep
the part
going.
where he's on the train and he gets the coffee from the stewardess. And as he's leaving, he just turns to her and says "gracias" and leaves.
I love random unexplained language changes by characters.
That's really sad. I lost 3 diamonds.
Oh, that's quite unfortunate, actually.
Think about it. Soon you'll have a house worth more than 3 diamonds.
4 diamonds, even.
Dare I say 4 diamonds and a gold ingot.
Whoa.
Might be stretching it a little far there, but
Living the high life.
I also lost my diamond sword, which is also unfortunate.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate.
But at least I do remember how to get back here. So we should be able to come back later to explore the rest of this cave.
maybe
Why-
I just want you to know. Sorry.
No, you're good.
Hmm? What were you saying, Spoots?
I was just gonna say I want you to know that I have passed the 13,000 channel points mark.
Really?
Yes.
Honestly,
So
I'm
many
more
hydrates.
impressed than anything.
You know what that means.
You gotta wait till Nautilus is back to do a ton of hydrate redeems so that Nautilus will join in.
I mean, there's one. I can
Drinking game?
The waterboarding Maddie segment.
My favorite part of every stream is when we get a waterboard the streamer.
I saw flipping other streams and whatnot. I'm like, this is crazy. Somebody's hydrate redeem was 6,000 channel points.
Yeah.
Bro doesn't want to stay hydrated, I guess.
It's probably to stop the exact thing that you want to do.
Waterboard the streamer.
Yeah.
Maddie, are you gonna increase the cost of your hydrate?
Probably not. At least not anytime soon. Because if I'm being completely honest, it's more effort than it's worth.
You know what they say, Luigi.
All
Hydrate or
toasters-
dihydrate.
All toasters toast toast.
Speaking of the and whatnot, just Twitch in general, getting real close to that 200 followers mark.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Slowly but surely. The real question is whether or not I'll break 200 before, my stream anniversary.
When's that?
May 2nd.
I think you could do it. Has it really been almost a year?
Yep.
Man.
Is this another Make Spoots Feel Old stream?
No, that doesn't make me feel old. I don't think. If anything, Maddie would be the one feeling old.
It definitely doesn't feel like almost a year has passed. I do want to do, like, a big stream thing for
I mean, that could be
my 1 year.
the meet up and do Wind Waker thing.
Do a super long stream of Four Swords Adventures.
Yes, not Wind Waker, my bad.
Actually, I have had something I wanted to test with you two. I wanted to test and see if we could get net play working with Triforce Heroes.
That one's the 3-player Four Swords, right?
Yes. It's not as
Man.
good as Four Swords, but
Con Lentitude Paramosa and Wet Hands by C418 kind of don't mix very well.
That was the most confusing string of words.
Conlentitude Paramosa is the Sky Meadow theme from Risk of Rain.
Well, no, that one's a rain that was formerly known as Purple.
Oh wait, no. Conlentitude Paramosa is the moon theme from Risk of Rain 2.
Yeah, it's the one when you're about to go punch Mithrix.
In his gullet.
You punch him right in the gullet. You punch him right in his gizzard, even.
The song of preparing to punch Mithrix in the throat.
Can't wait to punch this stupid moon punk.
Gosh, I have to say it again. I'm really excited to play Risk of Rain Returns. Like, I really hope that they fix a lot of the stuff that was wrong with Risk of Rain 1. Because as much as I have enjoyed playing what little of Risk of Rain 1 I have, it is crusty in places.
I love underwater caves. I think they're so cool.
Jimbles,
I hate them.
I want you to know that I actually did manage to get the Loyalty 3 book back.
No way, really?
I did.
Nice.
Your trident is not out of reach.
Too bad Loyalty and Riptide aren't compatible.
They aren't?
Nah. It's Loyalty and Channeling that are the compatible ones.
Riptide is the one that just, like, flings you, right?
Yeah.
And
Riptide 3
channeling-
with an Elytra. Ooh.
Channeling is the one that makes you, basically
Turns you into
invincible in a
Thor.
thunderstorm, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
So, I may have lost 3 diamonds, but I did come back with 6.
Net positive.
Though I did lose some iron ore, it would seem.
This might sound weird, and I'm sorry. But I can't think of any other way of explaining it. You know, the, park near us, kind of, not really Jimbles, but...
The
Yeah.
accordion park.
You know the park.
I think I know what you're talking about.
You know the fan that the, utility building has?
Maybe?
Like, you've heard that fan going before?
Yeah, I think so.
It's the utility building on the corner.
Okay.
That's what my computer sounds like right now.
You running ray tracing spoods?
No, it's a shader pack, but it's supposed to be a pretty lightweight one.
So, Jimbles, are you currently vibing down in the nether?
No, I'm underwater again.
Oh,
Hey,
wait, here's
so-
a better... Sorry.
Spoods, do you want to come mining with me now that you're done housing?
Well, I mean, done housing for now.
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get you. I got a little bit of roof trim left, and then I'm down.
Maddie,
I
I have a
found
great stream idea.
Kingdom Hearts lore explain.
No, chess boxing.
Chess boxing. Honestly, I wonder if I could, I wonder if I'd be able to swing it with, everyone else in the house in such a way that we could actually do, do a Four Swords stream on the 2nd of May.
Is that the one with the Game Boys connected to the GameCube?
Yeah.
Sick.
MGBA
Or-
doesn't have any netplay functionality, does it?
No.
Does it have link cable functionality on the same computer?
Maybe.
Because if that's that way, we could do Four Swords standard.
As far as I know, NetPlay on MGBA was specifically the case of he didn't feel like doing it because it was too much work.
Honestly, like, I respect knowing your limits when it comes to what you can and can't do. Because, completely, like, different thing, like, hot damn, it is really easy to succumb to, expanding scope syndrome when you're working on something.
Look at that far shot. That's a thing of beauty right there. To think that it's going to get bigger.
You gonna take a screenshot for the thumbnail, Spoods? Show off the beauty of your...
I might want to come over from this angle to... Oh, yeah, that's beautiful right there.
Give Spoods a moment. He's got to angle this dangle just right.
You know it. Alright, where are we going? What we doing?
I'm getting some wood real quick.
Does it involve weed?
No. Chris, is that a weed?
Calling the police.
I swear. Freaking vines are so good.
I'm
Where are you
calling
at?
the weed.
Is that a police? I'm calling the weed.
420, what you smoking?
Spoods, where are you at?
I'm in front of the house.
Hello there.
Oh, hello. I got
Do you-
14 torches, 2 pickaxes.
Do you have food?
I need to empty out my inventory and grab some munchies.
Food.
You know
thought you were-
what the funny thing is?
Huh.
The massive expansion to the house, it's all meaningless because even after it's all finished and built and clean and pretty and decorated, we're still just gonna stay in the basement, aren't we?
Probably.
It's where all three of us live, isn't it?
More or less.
Name it Minecraft or real life. I'm pretty sure that's all three of our scenarios.
Ooh, we're a little...
Also, Jimbles, I want you to know that I just looked over in the memes channel on my Discord and just saw Donkey Kong holds a barrel in the darkness.
Oh, there we go, sick.
Man, this cave is going to suck to remember how to get out of. I am absolutely not in a place to be able to sleep in a bed.
Sad. Spoods, you ready to go?
Spoods, you ready to rock?
Around the clock.
I'm a goofy goober.
Yeah. One of the greatest parodies of Twisted Sister ever.
Agreed.
Trying to think, what are some other games that we need to get Spoods to play?
Spoods played Undertale? Not legally required to answer that.
Okay, sick.
Honestly, gameplay-wise, pretty solid. The soundtrack makes it great.
I'd say play Deltarune, but knowing you and Jimbles have like similar ways of thinking about this sort of thing, you'd probably want to wait until it's all out.
Which might be a good while.
Yeah. I mean, Toby Fox did say that he was working on stuff for Chapter 3, 4, and 5 for this year release, I want to say.
Yeah, I remember him releasing a statement that the next couple chapters should be more quick fire. Some of
Spoods,
the
where did you
projects
go?
he's been working on previously have just been for like making the next developments easier.
That's a good question. I thought I was following you, and I'm currently not.
Spoods is lost in the Walmart.
You stepped one aisle too far and got teleported to the void.
Got
Spoods,
lost in
Spoods,
supermarket. What?
wait there. We can go this way. This leads back around.
That's a song from a band called the Ben Folds that I've only ever heard in Over the Hedge.
Which one?
Got lost in the supermarket.
Oh yeah.
Apparently, I found out that that band did the entire soundtrack for that movie.
Wait. Oh wait, we
That
do
movie's
continue
a
around
strange
here.
one, that's for sure.
That was DreamWorks' wild
Down here.
years.
Hello. There's a second mine shaft in this cave.
You know, it was surprisingly not a bad movie. Oh, I stole your nugget. My bad. What's that one? It's not Over the Hedge. It came out around the same time Over the Hedge did.
In season?
Open season. There it is. Thank you.
Spoods, come over here. There's a safe
How
way
did that
down.
work, Jimbo?
It was already on the mind. Over the Hedge has a very, very specific vibe. And Open Season is the only other movie I've watched that came out around the same time that had the same vibe.
Yeah. So it's, for all intents and purposes, it's not the most high budget movie and whatnot. But there's a sort of charm to it about me. 2 and 3 are not super great.
Okay, Spoods, I found the way back out into the open area.
Uh,
Spoods, where you at?
it's a good question.
Oh, found you.
Just call it rails. Oh, oh.
Over here. We're not interested in this open area. We're interested in that open area.
Do you know that Open Season, though, was apparently big enough that it got its own Game Boy Advance game?
Yeah, and it was awful.
Most of them were. The Over the Hedge game, the
Shrek game.
Shrek game. I mean, some of the Shrek games were alright.
I love that we're allowed to use plural for the Shrek games.
Hey, Mr. Enderman, come over here.
Relinquish the grass. What's that huge, massive lava fall? Now I know where I am.
Do you like that? Do you like that sound, Spoods? The sound of angry indie boy.
It's definitely a sound.
You want to help
The
me?
water disappeared faster than I thought. What's up, tall boy? Get shreked.
Did you get an ender pearl?
No, but he dropped the moss block.
Spoods, there's a creeper.
I conclude that we need to rename the moss block to Frank.
Spoods, you wouldn't happen to
Alright.
have torches, would you?
Yo, there's just flipping slime dying right here.
Yeah.
Wait, there's just a free slime farm down there?
I guess it's a slime chunk.
Also,
Sick.
Spoods, do you have the essential shader on? Or whatever it's called?
Why?
The one that makes the ores glow.
Oh, yeah.
Can you keep an eye out to see if I missed any diamonds?
Did you notice that in the thumbnail?
What?
That the ores were glowing?
No, I just noticed that I was using that shader pack, remember? Not on stream,
Oh,
but
right, yeah, complimentary.
yeah.
Complimentary is a good pack.
I think I asked this before, but do you have torches?
I have 10 torches.
Ugh. And no coal?
We can find coal pretty easily, though.
You sure about
Look.
that?
Diamond.
See, I would have totally missed that.
A single diamond. Oh, who's throwing hands?
There he
Come
is.
here, bone boy.
The hands thrower is throwing the hands.
Relinquish your bones unto me.
Be girded about your loins.
Spoods, I need...
Enough cocaine to kill a horse.
Do you have fuel for a furnace?
I have 8 stairs,
You want to cram them in there?
but there's also wood over here, like wood logs, being the pillars for the mine shaft right here.
Oh, yeah, we should grab those and
I
make
have
charcoal
an
out of them.
axe. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, not good, not good, not good, not good.
Niet buen. Niet buen.
You good, Spoods?
No, dude, what? Says
happened?
not good. Panicked multiple times. Maddie, you good?
What happened?
Dude, ambush. I didn't get the chance to heal. I almost succumbed to my wounds.
A mortal blow indeed.
I always forget how terrifying sound physics
Crap.
makes. Caves. Because everything's so reverbery and echoey.
Did you get
Real spook.
did you get logs, Spoods?
I did indeedly do.
Something just fell into the lava out in the distance.
Sucks for whatever that was.
Like out in the middle of the lava.
You know what that means?
Okay.
There's a hole above that spot. Or it was a
Well,
bat.
there's a mine shaft above this area. Like a whole ass mine shaft above us. Honestly, caves and cliffs really did make the caves very dangerous.
There's now extra reason to not dig straight down. Fall damage.
Okay, I've got 36 torches, Spoons. And there's still...
my gosh. Do you have a bucket?
I do. Why?
Look.
What did you find? An axolotl?
Where are you?
I'm over next to the furnace.
Right here. Look, 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 look. Turn. He just chilling in a hole.
Hmm.
Beautiful.
I do, actually, Spoons, you carry this.
Now they can breed.
The blue ones are the rare ones, aren't they?
This is a light blue one. It's not the rare one. Or I guess it would be white, is what they call it on the wiki. Which makes no sense to me, because it's not white at all.
Hey, Spoons, could you go get more logs from one of the pillars?
For sure, for sure.
Because I want to...
Also
I want to
check
use a piece of our charcoal. Oh, I was going to use a piece of our charcoal to make more charcoal.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I mean, that
I
works.
stopped it. We're good.
What?
Did you want? Did you have?
I wanted to continue smelting logs. I just...
Oh, sorry. I thought that you had something specific that you needed to use the charcoal for.
Nah, I want to smelt logs for charcoal to get...
I want to smell.
I'm gonna brown.
I'm gonna brown.
That is the world seed, by the way, for those of you who are unaware.
Is that really?
Yeah, do you not remember this conversation?
No.
Yes, the world seed of this is I'm gonna brown.
Because the world seed that we discovered that was actually really cool is one of those words that we aren't supposed to use.
You make it sound worse than it actually is by saying it like that. Hey, Spoods, come look at this axolotl over here. Is this the rare one? No, wait, that's yellow.
The rare one doesn't spawn naturally.
Oh, it doesn't?
1 in 1,000 mutation chance for breeding.
Hmm.
Which is why we need the extra axolotls. We need them to make bebe.
Spoods, would you happen to have any iron on you?
I have 2 rhyme.
Can I get one of those?
Indeedly do.
I need to make myself another bucket.
Bucket.
This is a bucket.
Dear God.
Oh.
There's more.
Oh
No.
Oh.
Spoods?
It's a good thing there's a lot of water nearby because I almost burned to death.
Careful.
I think Soldier was actually trying to invoke an ancient magic of a god long forgotten when he said "Dear God."
You mean kind of like how Vinny does from time to time? He invokes the
Sure.
deer god. Have you not seen
Sure.
that thing?
Nope.
There's just like, he's like, I say dear god so much that if there is actually a god of deer, like, he's either, like, really pleased with me or absolutely pissed that I keep invoking his name without reason.
Yeah. Spin.
Bucket restored.
Spin the wheel.
The wheel of fundus.
I have no clue what you're referencing.
You won. Death. Bones.
Spood, where did you go?
Did Gooseworks ever say if they were going to turn that into a real game?
I have no idea. I really hope so.
Jimbles, you and Spoods have got to get on working on your game.
I know.
At this rate, I'm gonna finish my game that I came up with way after before you. Hello, Spoods.
Hi.
Mine
This
haunts
one is
me.
good. Very yellow, bright yellow. He's twirling on the torch.
If it's yellow, it'll look like the one I actually have.
Look at this.
It'll look like Fleck.
Nice.
Oh, he stopped. Never mind.
Oh, he's spinning on the torch
He
for
was
just a
spinning
moment.
on the torch. It was cute.
Dude, I've got a bubble stream in my axolotl tank just to oxygenate the water a little bit better.
What the flip? They're tropical fish, all like swimming in the.
Oh,
What? Sorry, you were saying frick. That was a bad idea.
what was it? Oh yeah, I've got
Something-
a bubble stream in my tank, oxygenate the water better. Every
Wow.
once in a while, I'll catch my axolotls like just playing in it. It's kind of fun.
That's cute.
Jimbles, are you gonna write a banger soundtrack for your game?
I mean, I think I kind of have to. It's not going to be a visually great to look at game, so the soundtrack's got to slap.
It's just a funny bear game. No
Where
need
you
for the soundtrack to go to be
Where
anything.
where you fight God at the end.
It's got to have a similar vibe to what was the one game, Turnip Boy Commits Tax Fraud, where it just keeps escalating weirder and weirder.
That's a game
They
I
keep-
want to stream at some point.
They keep reproducing. Oh, 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 oh,
Spoods, did that creeper try to
Oh.
delete your bones?
oh. It got very close.
Do you have a shield?
No.
Well, there's your problem.
That
Those
was
OG
very
Minecraft
passive
players
aggressive.
refusing to get a shield.
Shields are like mandatory if you're playing on hard.
Well, Spoots just loves living life on the edge, you know what I mean?
Which might I add, we are not playing on hard.
I'm sorry, I'm a more traditional Minecraft player.
Oh shit, there's a witch.
Witches gets stitches. I don't know where that was going.
These fish keep falling from the ceiling.
It's a blessing.
Like, hopefully I can get in a spot real quick that I don't get blown up again. I need to make a hole.
Also,
Okay,
I don't know
Murders
if
by
I-
Miracle Musical and Sweden by C418 also do not mix.
I don't know if I said it, but hi Nasu, how are you doing? Also, Minecraft be going well. I think. Spoods, would you say it's going well?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
doing pretty
after you've
good.
been blown to high heavens. Oh, I lost my diamond sword. But
Fish be swimming.
fish paste.
Imitation crab meat.
Like they're just chilling in the waterfall right on the edge of the lava, and it's just very confusing.
So wait, Spoods, you're telling me that the thing that I saw fall into the lava, like in the middle of the thing, it was a tropical fish.
Probably.
Wild times we're living in.
Nice. Shading is difficult, so I have a big appreciation for good shading. Flying fish and shit. Yeah.
Diamond.
The phrase
many?
fish and shit sounds like someone trying to take a pot shot at the British.
Trace.
Unironically, though, fish and chips are actually really good. Everyone likes to make fun of British food, but, like, fish and chips are good. Cornish pasties are fucking delicious.
And you will never convince me on beans and toast.
You'll
Beans
never
and
convince me on
sadness, you
it.
mean?
You'll never convince me on it either, but...
They took the British Empire literally took over the entire world trade. They had access to any ingredient they wanted, and they put flippin' beans on a piece of toast.
What? Don't want to eat beans? Space boy?
Spoods, I'm, like, out of torches again.
You made quite a lot of coal.
To be
That's
fair, I
not
actually...
way back in the mines.
Thank you for reminding me that I actually still have some of that. Never mind, I'm no longer running low on torches.
Like, see, like British breakfast looks pretty good, but then it's just marred by this massive pile of beans in a weird tomato sauce.
Yeah, I didn't like beans and toast when I went tasting food over there.
And they're not even fancy beans. It's flippin' Heinz beans.
You want to know?
Makes it good.
You want to know something that's really weird?
What?
I legitimately think that if the texture of it wasn't so weird, I would actually like blood pudding.
I've heard a lot of people say that it is really good.
The actual,
Blood pudding's solid.
like, the flavor of it is fine. It's just the texture. The texture is so bad.
You know what I will give England, though?
The You
Bread
Tried
pudding.
award. Oh, yeah, you're right there.
What was that?
Bread pudding.
What about, their gravy is really good, too.
I'm not a big gravy person.
Get
personally.
you some, Bisto brown gravy.
You know what? You know what's really not difficult and whatnot that England has apparently found out, and America just can't get it right. Chocolate.
Yes. Well,
Hershey's. Why is it so hard?
also,
you
yes,
enjoy wax in
Nasu.
your chocolate?
Nasu, it is a situation like Squid Ink, where it's like, it doesn't sound very good, and then you actually try it, and you're just like, damn, that's actually pretty good.
Here's the big thing. Don't get me wrong. I love Hershey's a lot. It's real good and whatnot. But you eat like a Cadbury bar from England, it's like no contest.
I've heard
Yeah, I
that
remember-
Swedish chocolate is really, really good.
So is Danish. But
I mean,
when Maddie came back from England, I think the last time, she brought me like a whole bar of chocolate, and I like devoured that thing at work.
It was holy crap. It's
Spooge
so
their
good.
slimes. Spooge their slimes.
And it's so rich too. It's like I didn't know chocolate could taste like this.
It's life-changing.
In a bad way, because you realize you've been living a lesser quality of life.
All because they wanted to make chocolate last longer or something.
It's because of climate differences. It's mainly because it's hotter in America in general.
I mean, England does have pretty substandard weather. No offense to them, they can't do anything about it.
All offense to England, get your hurricanes and shit together.
Honestly, though, like, as much as the awful weather is a stereotype, like, it does happen a lot.
I'm
like
getting complimented for the thumbnail.
Validation.
on the Veil thumbnail.
Yeah, that makes me happy.
This pleases the spoods.
Does it make it all worth it? The 3 different
Yeah.
revisions. I fucking knew it.
That was the wrong. Now my dogs are all moist.
German chocolate. I've heard about how good German chocolate is, and I've never been presented the opportunity to try it. Just Europe in general. Europe is like the chocolate center. America, do better. Most of it's in jest, though. I still really do like Hershey's. That might sound gross, but
I mean, you know, it's the whole thing
a
of like it's not for
familial
everyone.
taste. For me, it's a very familial taste.
It tastes like family.
Why does your
It's
family
not-
taste like wax?
It's not exactly what I meant, but
It's what you said.
you know what I mean, though, right?
Yeah.
It's a warm, comforting thing for me.
Hey Spoons, I found a dungeon.
Welcome to the grungin.
But again, 100%. If on the table is a Cadbury bar specifically from England, not American Cadbury, or a Hershey's bar, it's like, I'm sorry, Hershey's. You you can't
You
win
tried.
this one.
You tried, but you failed.
You try your best, but you don't succeed.
There's also the other part too and whatnot, is that I'm not the biggest fan of dark chocolate, so a lot of the different chocolates I just don't eat.
Okay. This question for everyone. Opinions on white chocolate.
White chocolate,
Tasty.
I do like it. It's a mood.
Like, it's not always the chocolate I want, but if I'm offered white chocolate, I'm not going to say no.
This might sound controversial and whatnot, but it's the only thing that I can come up with. White chocolate is like Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, that's pretty fair.
I like white
like
chocolate.
you're not gonna go out of your way to choose Dr. Pepper, but if it's the option or if it's presented to you, you're not gonna mind drinking it.
You experience all 23 secret flavors.
White chocolate is like kind of like that to me. It doesn't work. The analogy doesn't work very well for me because I do really like Dr. Pepper.
You can stack moss.
What?
Like the
Oh,
flat.
yeah, it's like carpet. It uses the same code as carpet does for
I
didn't-
block placement.
I didn't even realize that you could stack carpet like that.
I do apologize for making the Dr. Pepper analogy for all the Europeans in the chat. It's my understanding that Dr. Pepper is not very well received over there.
Isn't root beer like also mostly an American thing, or am I completely misguided on that
root beer.
information?
Root beer-
Yeah. Generally, a lot of people say that root beer tastes like a cough syrup.
Y'all don't
I
know what
think-
you're missing out on.
I'm pretty
Granted,
sure
you
Dr.
didn't grow up
Pepper is
drinking
in
it.
the same boat. It has more of a medicinal flavor that people don't super like, which makes sense because Dr. Pepper was a medicine.
Yep.
Or sort of medicine, more like a health supplement. And it could still be a health supplement if not for the fact that they load it with high fructose corn syrup. Where's the flippin' real sugar Dr. Pepper?
You could always boil down your Dr. Pepper and extract the high fructose corn syrup manually.
I mean, that's true. I want to try real sugar Dr. Pepper really badly, but the only way that we can get it here is through the Mexican imports, and those are stupid hard to find right now.
What was the really cursed, like, it was hot Dr. Pepper, wasn't it?
Hot Dr. Pepper. You gotta take a glass made of glass.
I don't think I've actually seen the hot Dr. Pepper video, but
It's a shame. The 10th anniversary came out like a year ago.
boil your Dr. Pepper activated Nasu's gag reflex. I think that's a reasonable reaction.
If you got a popping lemon, don't forget to like and subscribe.
I swear, like, early 2000s to, like, 2010 YouTube.
Peak.
That was Wild West.
I guess it's closer to, like, 2014 at the latest.
Before the first adpocalypse happened.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I've just been hopping around down here in the same spot. I totally didn't follow you.
Spoods, I want you to check stream real quick.
No, I'm helpless. You just totally abandoned me. What the
Yeah,
heck?
I'm sorry. Sorry, I needed to dump my inventory. I'll be back for you.
I'll just wait here, all alone, in the dark. It's not very dark, but...
But yeah, I will be back for you shortly. I just needed to dump my inventory because I almost have no inventory space.
I'm getting pretty close to... I hope we needed redstone. I mean, we'll need it eventually, so it don't matter. Remember that one playthrough we did where just for the longest time we could not find redstone as if it just didn't exist?
Yeah. That was a pre-Caves and Cliffs thing, right?
I think so. I think it was a 112 or 116.5.
You know what? I designate this as the dump chest.
No, she's designated one.
It's a pink axolotl. It's a brown axolotl. I need the brown.
Hold on, I could actually just recreate my real axolotls in Minecraft in that rate.
Gonna
Wait.
brown.
Wait, I don't have a furnace. Where's stone?
Aren't you in a cave?
It's all black stone.
You can use blackstone
Or
to make a
deep slate.
furnace.
Yeah, you
Deep
can.
slate.
They're interchangeable.
Oh, sick.
It's great, isn't it?
I guess even somebody like me can still learn more about Minecraft.
I've relocated all the lapis to the pillar, except for a couple of blocks.
Oh no, where'd the brown one go?
Jimbles, I really hope that you saw when I came up and just, like,
There's the...
stared at the pillar for, like, a solid few seconds.
brown.
I'm gonna brown.
Brown. Get the brown.
Every
Where's
chest
the
is a
brown?
dump chest in survival games until someone gets tired of it, usually you, and organizes the shit. Except you, with this friend group, it's usually, I grab, tons of shit and dump them all over, and, Spoods and Jimbles are never able to catch up because I go through so much stuff so quickly.
Maddie
And
is a very frustrating presence.
And I don't know how, oh, my armor just got blown up. and I don't know the auto sort button in Terraria.
That one honestly boggled my mind.
But we'd played Terraria for like 3 years.
Yes, and nobody bothered to tell me about the auto sort button.
I figured that you knew.
I had only ever played Pocket Edition.
There is no way that you wouldn't know that it existed from the amount we've played at that point.
I thought that you all were just dumping your shit in random chests too.
I mean, I think the only reason Maddie ever found out is because they added a visual aspect to the auto sort.
Exactly.
I'm convinced that Maddie is a very unorganized gamer.
Just gonna sit there and take that, Maddie?
What did you say?
I feel like Maddie is a very unorganized gamer.
I mean, specifically with games like this, I am. But, if you're talking, like, in terms of organizing, like, shelves and stuff in real life, then I'm pretty organized when it comes to that.
No, I get that. I've seen your shelves. They're pretty nice.
You'll have to wait and see when I get my new shelves up.
Oh, that's true. I need to get new shelves.
I've got some new shelves coming up for putting my plushes on.
I thought you were just gonna say pudding and end it there. I was really excited for the pudding shelves.
Speaking of plushes,
Not even in a container, it's just a shelf full of pudding. What was that, Spoods?
I said, speaking of plushes, I have a dilemma.
Hmm.
So,
Buy it.
the grocery store that I go to has a claw machine. That has
Hey, Tepper, how are you doing? Sorry.
Mario plushes in it.
Ah,
And I sat there, I'm like, these are the same plushes that GameStop sells. I'm like,
Yeah,
I kind of want...
you would be better off buying them from GameStop.
Yeah,
Hell, you'd
I was
probably be better off buying them directly from Nintendo.
I was like, I really want the Mario plush and whatnot. I'm like, I would like it. But then I sat there, I'm like, but if I get the Mario plush, then I have to get Luigi. And
Oof.
if I get Luigi, I have to get Peach. And if I get Peach, I need Bowser. If
That's
I
the
get
worst,
Bowser,
Nasu.
Then I need Boo and Toad and Yoshi.
There is a singular Mario plush in my household, and it is my younger sister's. My younger sister has a plush of Monty Mole.
Nice.
Peak character.
But yeah, that's the dilemma. Is that one $15 Mario plush turns into a like $200 plush collection.
Nasu hasn't played Raft since. That's kind of where I'm at with Pokemon plushes. Which, funny thing, the only starter Pokemon plush in the entire house is also my sister's, and it's a Squirtle. I have...
Not a Bulbasaur?
Nah.
I need to get a Bulbasaur plush or figure. I low-key want that buff Bulbasaur statue.
The one from Wish.
Yeah. Turns out the those 3D files are just on Thingiverse for free.
Just get a whole bunch of Fumos, Nasu. I want to get the Guilty Gear Bridget Fumo. I want to become a stereotype more so than I already am.
Are you still at the house, or did you come back?
I came back.
Where are you? There you
I...
are. Get
Hello.
me out of this place.
You know, honestly, you're not that far from the exit.
What do you mean?
You're not that far from the exit?
Have I made a horrible lapse in judgment?
I really want to get, I was telling this to Jimbles earlier. I really want to get a plush of the Pokemon Phalanx from Sword and Shield. K squared. You've got art for Fumo Nasu already. Nice. Okay, Spoods, up this waterfall.
I didn't even see this.
Oh, why'd I bite that?
Okay, up here.
Whoopsie.
You good? Up over here. Spoods, behind you. Hey look, cave spider spawner. Okay. Don't fall. Careful of the skelly boys. Spoods, where are you?
Behind you.
I need help, or otherwise I'm gonna die.
Sorry, I was just kind of standing there.
Standing here, a real life.
Ooh, I see a diamond.
Spoods, be careful, there's a creeper.
Oh man.
Where are we going next?
I'm sorry, I'm distracted by the conversation that's happening between Nasu and Teber in chat currently. Where did you... Hello, Spoods. Spoods, you good?
That's a hope. That I have no idea what's going on, but it's funny. Arguing about rodents. I think.
Normal Discord things.
Careful not to fall in the lava. It's like water, but spicy. Spoods, how
Also
many
like
diamonds do you have?
4,000 degrees. I have 7.
You gonna go back to building your house after you're up and out? Or...
Maybe. Depends. It depends on how much of the stream there is left.
I mean, it's like 5, I think.
Yep, just after 5.
Sea Spoods, I came back for you.
I appreciate it. There still was that little sliver that thought that I was just abandoned down there and you were never coming back.
The parents at the grocery store conundrum.
I actually got lost in a grocery store one time. Jimbles, what's this? rodents.
Don't make Teber type out all of the rodents.
You're a rodent fan? Name every rodent.
Jesus, Jimbles, why?
What? Oh crap, you saw the loot?
I mean, this is not a bad spot for it.
I forgot just how much I liked the look of diamond blocks in this game.
Back when you'd be on your very first creative world ever and you made a house entirely out of diamond blocks.
Only true OGs remember the original diamond block.
Nah, instead of making it out of diamond, I made mine out of gold blocks. That's not even a joke either. I actually did make a house out of gold blocks in my very first Minecraft world. It was a giant sky pillar with a glass floor.
We have a carrot.
We have a gold carrot. Hey, Jimbles, you want to come exploring?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Just disregard the fact that I left Spoods in the cave.
Let me grab some grub.
Y'all remember the old gold block?
Yeah.
It was just like a giant cube of yellow, wasn't it?
But it had such a cool gradient on it. Let me see if I can find a picture.
Spoods, have you already dumped your diamonds in there?
No,
How many did you have?
7.
So we have, what, 30 diamonds?
Maybe.
Why did you uncompress all the blocks?
36. To get an easier count.
Why the flip does nobody have a picture of the old gold block?
Check the Minecraft wiki.
Oh, sick, there it is. Oh. Maddie, you're gonna look at this and why is it a WebP file? The Minecraft wiki is public enemy #1 now.
I like how Spurs almost stated it like it was a threat. Maddie, you're gonna look at this.
Also, I like how Teber hasn't said anything after after Nasu taunted him.
Enderman.
Yeah, it's really frustrating having reference images that are WebPs.
WebP is single-handedly the worst file type. Change my mind.
Teber is DMing you every rodent. That's actually really funny.
Like WebP and JFIF are supposed to be better versions of JPEG and PNG, but they're just substantially worse overall.
Honestly, the only reason that they're bad is just because they don't work in anything currently.
JFIF does show up in Discord now, actually.
Does it?
Mm-hmm. I still just hate it.
That was a very audible drinking sound, whoever.
Wait,
It
you
was
heard
quite
that?
notable.
That came through very clearly, holy shit.
Well, that's kind of embarrassing.
To be fair, mine probably just came through now.
Well, not over Discord, but...
Oh. Okay, good. I thought that the stream crashed for a sec. Didn't go through each and every type of rat, mouse, and squirrel, so you can count your blessings, Nasu.
Did you at least put the sugar glider in there?
My level 30 pickaxe enchantment is Silk Touch.
Slick touch.
Wait, Jimbles, where are you? I have gift. Are you in the basement? Or are you like... You are. I have no idea which one's which, but
Ish.
there's a brown and a pink one.
LeBron was a baby.
We zooming. Oh, you really zooming?
Sugar gliders are marsupials, not rodents.
Oh.
I love that anything that spawns in this water is immediately assaulted by axolotls.
Jimbles, are you ready to go gallivanting?
Yeah.
Also, do we have the stuff to make extra scaffolding, or can we just swipe some of the scaffolding off the Lapis Tower?
Hold on, I've got 46.
Just because one of my friends has preached to me about how good scaffolding is.
It's good. Just break some bamboo and grab some string.
Do we have... Okay, we do. Do you have a bucket of water?
Always.
Good. You are prepared.
Got 62 torches. I could probably craft some more.
I've got a stack in a bit. So, how tall am I supposed to leave the bamboo shoots at? 1?
Just break the bottom one and let it just replant it.
Oh. Is it just right-clicking on the ground with bamboo?
Yeah.
Aren't they making bamboo into, like, an actual wood type?
Mm-hmm.
And they're finally adding a cherry wood.
Still definitely going to feel modded when it gets added.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like how copper did. And now everyone hates copper because it literally has no point of existing.
I mean, horses exist in Minecraft because of the dude that made the Mo Creatures mod.
Yeah, but aren't they significantly scaled back from that mod?
They definitely look a lot nicer.
In this or in Mo Creatures?
In Minecraft, the Mo Creature horses are like... They're...
Rough.
No offense to the guy that made that mod.
No, there's no copper golems. They lost the mob vote, which makes people angry, including myself, to
Me
no
too.
end.
That's why you get the Friends and Foes mod. Friends and Foes adds in every single mob that lost the mob vote. It's a work of art, is what that mod is.
What's the point of copper? That's what I want to know, Nasu.
I mean, you can use it for like 2 things primarily: lightning rod, which you can use for a treasure creeper farm, and the thing that Optifine adds, the zoom.
Jimbles, are you prepared to go into the depths?
Making a little bit more scaffolding, and then I'll be there.
From the depths?
It's a great game.
I feel bad because you bought me, you gave me a copy of that game, and I have literally never booted it.
We'll convince you one of these days.
Why does the spyglass require copper? Yeah, that's basically the reason they couldn't find another use for it.
Well, they're adding a couple more now. Copper's gonna be important for the archaeology stuff.
Yeah, and they're adding what is it, the feather sword?
The brush.
People were memeing that it was a feather sword.
Yeah, it looks like one.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind it being a sword. Hello, Spoods.
Hello.
Hello there.
Dib-a-dobe.
On over the Dimsdale Dimmadome.
Wind up with more random ground items with a single use. I think that it's supposed to be like you find jars or something.
Yeah, you can find pottery shards. You can make custom pottery.
I'm really excited for the whole, the armor trims. Those will be cool. As long as they don't mess it up.
This whole next update is supposed to mostly just be able to help you tell stories in your Minecraft world better.
Don't you hate it when they update the game to be more tedious? Yeah, that's why we're trying to get netherite and diamonds before before the update. Honestly, like, one of my biggest gripes with Mojang is that whenever they open their mouth, they have a really bad tendency to contradict themselves.
You know what the most frustrating part about them making the netherite stuff more expensive? That they didn't give it a buff.
Hey, so there's a zombie spawner down here that we didn't find.
Really?
For reals?
Don't break it.
Don't worry, I don't usually break spawners, but that's actually relatively close to the house.
Yeah, that's a lot closer than the other one is.
Zombie farm unlimited emeralds.
And this is just a nice XP farm now.
We could make it into a proper XP farm with tempered glass. Or tinted glass, I think is what it's called. Jimbles, did we get immediately separated?
I'm just at the zombie farm still.
Oh, okay. The fishing update where they made it harder for fish farms to function? Huh.
I see the flaw in my design now.
Yeah, that's part of the whole issue with Like, it's really frustrating when game devs are like, oh, let's add this to make this harder, rather than, oh, let's add this because it would be fun. Hello. You just gonna work on that for now, Jimbles?
Yeah. I want to get that level 30 enchant on that netherite pick.
Mm.
I'm
What
only
was
like
it?
10 levels away.
Efficiency 4, I think, is what you said it was.
Efficiency 3, but where it's at that level 30 enchant and it's only giving efficiency 3, I'm willing to put, like, I don't know, something on the line that is also going to have a couple levels of unbreaking.
Hmm. Also, yeah, Nasu, it's dumb.
Because netherite's supposed to have a higher enchantability than diamond. Not quite as high as gold's, but still good.
As if the enchantability has ever actually come into play on anything.
I mean, there's a good reason why all the, like, weird enchantments are on gold items. They're just easier to get on those items. So I somehow managed to snag a sword with mending and sharpness on it, so...
Hmm. Diamond sword?
Iron. I wish it was
Hmm.
diamond. But it's only got sharpness 1. I could always buff that up.
From the zombie spawner?
No, I grabbed it from... something.
You
From
know,
Bastion, that's where I grabbed it.
I really wish that that my i7 wasn't dead. Otherwise, I would 100% be using the really fancy texture, or the, yeah, texture pack. I guess it's a shader pack, actually. Just because I want to be able to see ores. I don't care if it's technically cheating. I want to be able to see what it is I'm looking for. Man, I might actually just install the mod that makes it so that it doesn't sit for like 20 minutes with dead silence as your music. Hey, there's another geode here. Hey, so Jimbles, what if I told you that I found a third mine shaft?
Nice.
Oh, you're hubris.
Wiggly squiggly.
The scariest enemy of them all. The wiggly squiggly. I found a wiggly squiggly drowned earlier. It's the first time I'd seen a baby drown. Am I good to break cave spider spawners?
Yeah, those ones are just annoying.
Plus, they're really difficult to actually set up farms for. You want to know a weird game that I kind of want to stream at some point? I kind of want to stream Boktai. Spoods might know what Boktai is.
Kind of.
It's a game where you play as a vampire hunter using a gun
Yeah. It
it is the sun game with the solar sensor.
Hmm.
Fun fact, did you know that finding an actual cartridge of that is stupid difficult?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Because they were made with a proprietary cartridge and had a very, very short print run as a result of that. I don't remember if Boktai actually got an English release or not. Also, I like how there's something funny to me about the fact that Tebber just knows it as the Sun game. Which is honestly the main reason that people would know it, is because it's got the funny solar sensor in the cartridge. Also, Spoods, I meant to ask you, do you want to try to do Black and White again, or do you want to try a different Pokemon game?
It doesn't really matter to me.
Because part of me really wants to play... Part of me wants to play Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Though they are slightly more primitive than Black and White, so they don't have quite as much quality of life changes.
As long as they're not frustrating.
It's not Gen 1 Pokemon frustrating. It can be a little bit frustrating, namely frickin' Whitney. But, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, Spoods, your experience with Lenora is actually just, like, a general experience with second gyms in Pokemon games. Like, second gyms are really good at taking you out of, like, they're good at catching you off guard.
You gotta be humbled a little bit.
You want to know the funniest thing?
Hmm.
Whitney is also a normal type gym leader.
Hmm.
Except in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Gen 1 be like 100% accurate move can miss. Yeah. To be fair, though, that programming oversight is like something that could very easily, like, it's a very easy oversight to make. Because it is literally one equals sign missing. In the code. And Spoods and I can both tell you that it's very easy to forget a singular thing in how to do a normal gym leader, Larry. Yeah. I totally should have had Spoods put Larry on one of the thumbnails for Scarlet and Violet. You know who Larry is, right, Spoods?
No.
He's the dude that is like the... He's very, like, dejected looking.
Okay.
And he's the normal type gym leader in Scarlet and Violet.
Hmm.
He looks like a normal businessman.
Okay.
How not to do a normal gym leader, Whitney. He's the 9 to 5 worker, man. Yeah, exactly. Nine to 5 worker with 2 jobs. Yeah. I do want to do more streams of Scarlet and Violet. I might do some bonus streams of me just running around catching Pokemon. And or taking on the second round of gym leaders. But, I want to stream more Scarlet and Violet once the DLC comes out. Because I'm actually very excited for that. It looks very good. Oh, wait. That's really funny. I got a section that looks like a cave-in, but it's actually a geode spawning intersecting with a mine shaft.
Time is it? 5:30? Okay.
Why do you have somewhere to be?
Yes,
the
but
morning.
it's not like it's not urgent. I can stay up still.
It's a don't run stream until 7 o'clock again situation.
Like 6:30, about perfect time. 7, I could do it if we really want, but not my goal tonight.
I mean, last time we streamed Minecraft, we ran until like 7:30, didn't we?
Yeah.
Which was dumb, but it was also fun.
I've got another bottle of Mountain Dew right here. I can down it right now. I
Nah.
forgot about this.
I won't.
I'm
I don't want to be like, hey, we're extending this to infinity, but
I'm planning on 6 or 6:30. So
it
a
sounds
little
good.
bit of caffeine. It's not. It's a 12-ounce can. It's not the 20-ounce bottles.
Mm.
I can down one of those and still sleep. I don't think I've ever been in a lush cave that has this sheer quantity of glowberries.
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that you aren't the opposite way with caffeine.
Puts me to sleep.
Yeah,
Depends on how much I drink.
fair. Holy shit. Where am I? The fucking nether?
What?
Look at my
Oh.
stream.
That's an impressive lava lake.
This is the lava lake back in the main room.
The fish lava lake?
Yes. This is the fish lava lake. That's really funny, actually. How in the world did we loop back around? Okay, actually, this isn't the main room. This is actually the secondary room that Spoods and I were in. Jimble's finally using a shield.
When there's more than one skeleton, yes. When it's just one skeleton, I've had plenty enough practice of juping and japing to dodge arrows.
Honestly, I don't even try to dodge creepers anymore.
Hey, geode. I actually
Is it the
haven't
same-
found one of these.
Is it the same geode that I found?
That's a new one. I haven't found a geode in survival until now.
Where is this skeleton? There's something really funny to me about finding drip leaf, with no water around it.
The drip leaf with no drip.
Dripless leaf.
Dry leaf. This is one of the more impressive caves I've ever been in.
This is a very, very large cave. I swear,
Man, I
it might...
forgot the sheer amount of genre whiplash that this playlist gives me.
Are you listening? Are you listening to your own playlist, or are you listening to Minecraft music?
My own, which does have some Minecraft music in it, but specifically, it'll go from like Murders by Miracle Musical to It Tore Your Heart Out by Dirt Poor Robins, and those are pretty dang different genres.
Honestly, Nasu, Caves and Cliffs really likes to generate lava lakes. It's like a pastime.
The hobby.
Does it for fun on the weekends.
It hopes to do it professionally one day, but it's not quite there yet.
What the hell? Oh, that's redstone. Look at this and tell me this doesn't look like a bush with berries growing on it. It does, doesn't it?
You're right, you're right.
There we go. Finally, some diamonds.
How many you find?
So far just 2.
I've been finding veins of just
Take
one.
that back. 3.
Yeah, I keep finding veins of just one. Forbidden berries. These berries kind of taste like electricity.
Berries taste like McDonald's Sprite.
Okay. So how many diamonds did you say that you found? 2?
Up to 4.
You're up to 4. Oh wait, where was that drop into a place with wood? Was it out over here? No. There it is. Oh, this is already a spot I've been in. I nearly just ate a golden apple to restore hunger.
Hungry.
You could go for some Sprite berries right about now. Why does McDonald's Sprite taste like electricity?
It's because it's fresh from the Sprite Beast.
It's really funny. The background noise from Spoods, whenever Spoods shifts around, like the fan in the background, and the shifting of his chair, sounds like a piston. Trying to be the Sprite Beast. As it so happens, the Sprite Beast is also very good at pixel art.
Got a wide array of skills.
Diversified portfolio. I really need to try doing pixel art more. It's been a hot minute. Jimbles, do you think that you could find your way out?
Worst comes to worst, a nerd pull. Man, Minecraft is just one of those games that's fantastic at generating sentences that make no sense outside of context.
Jimbles, on a scale of 1 to 10, how dangerous is the Sprite Beast?
It's a solid 8. There's a reason only companies like McDonald's can have access to its freshest Sprite. Through the power of underpaid employees.
Is the Sprite Beast in SCP?
More or less. It's in SCP, but it's one of the ones that's actually written well. Unlike 90% of the new stuff.
The pre-5000 series SCP.
It's kind of like the Itch.io horror tag.
It's exactly
Yeah.
like it.
PS1 horror style and everything.
The worst part about it is when people think that redacting random things is like a writing style.
It's not good.
The advertisement for someone's Tumblr was the breaking point.
Wait, did somebody write an SCP that was an advertisement for a Tumblr? Jeez, that's dumb. That's weird.
Semi-creative. Really stupid nonetheless.
I mean, it's different, but is that the different people we're looking for?
If I want to read a story about a satellite, I'll just go read Football in 17779 again.
Stupidest thing is that there's much better satellite SCPs out there.
I have no idea why. My brain redirected your sentence to thinking it was going to say much better at satellite porn out there. Now I'm curious if I can find porn of the James Webb Telescope.
Jimbles, you seem to forget a simple rule. Number 34.
I can just use it to prove and disprove if things exist or don't exist.
It's like asking Pinocchio questions about the nature of the universe.
As long as Pinocchio is omniscient, he's a fortune teller, a truth sayer, an oracle.
I apparently lost 2 pieces of scaffolding somewhere.
No, it's not like we're on short supply.
We have almost
Got-
unlimited supply.
The string is really our only bottleneck. Because this could be very outdated information for all I know, but the only way to get string that I can currently come up with in a renewable resource is through fishing and through having a cat bring it to you.
I mean, we have cave spider spawners.
Yeah. I should have clarified. Through non-mob means, like, achievable and peaceful.
Mm.
And what a great time to exit the cave. I seem to have run out of torches.
That's really funny. Spoods noticed the thing, Jimbles. Get
Oh, he
string.
did, huh?
Yes, Spoods noticed, because the ceiling parts have been replaced.
Noticed what?
Okay, maybe Spoods didn't realize what we did, but... You replaced the 2 chunks in the ceiling that were different blocks, right?
No.
Who did that? There's 2 chunks in the ceiling that are in the basement. That's one is a granite and I think one is an andesite. Yeah, but we're trying to find a renewable source. Jesus Christ, Spoods, you scared the shit out of me.
Why?
The sound that your mic made happened to coincide with me being attacked by a zombie.
Um,
And so the sound scared me. I guess technically, yes, Jungle Temple is a one-time source of string if you need it. Like that. But it's not
One I wouldn't
renewable.
have thought of.
Jimbles, are you just nerd pulling back out?
Nah, I'm trying to actually, like, find my way out first. I left a pretty decent torch trail.
There's also cobwebs. Yeah. Jimbles was saying that you could use cats to bring you string and fishing as renewable ways.
Just in like the theoretical case if you want to set up an infinite scaffolding farm that could run till the heat death of the universe, those are the only two ways I could come up with off the top of my head for unlimited renewable string and peaceful. Yeah, not a great system. 100% agreed there. It would be terrible, but it would work. No one would be happy about it, but it would work.
You want to know a mod that I really wish that we could find? Big Torch. You remember
What?
Big Torch, right, Jimbles?
Not necessarily.
It's a torch that takes up an entire block space and gives out like 10 times the light of a torch.
Oh yeah, never mind. I didn't remember that one.
Jimbles, do you know where you are in relation to the big room with the lava pit?
No idea.
Honestly, we explored this half of the cave, like, really well.
I don't get into the middle of the ocean.
What?
A nerd pulled back out, and I'm in the middle of the ocean.
I legitimately have no idea. Does this cave really stretch far enough that we're under the ocean?
The area I was in definitely did.
Jeez.
And I found a half-submerged underwater ruin.
Cool. Man, I'm just thinking, it would be kind of fun to stream Skyward Sword. I think I said this on stream before, but there's so many games to play.
Unbreaking 2 fishing rod.
Nice. Oh, fuck. Fuck.
Oh, shoot.
The worst part is that the creeper got up behind me after I had already looked the Enderman in the eye.
A tricky situation to be sure.
And so the creeper blew up, took out 90% of my health, and then the Enderman started attacking me. Coordinated attack.
They're learning. Have no idea where I am.
Um, 292 negative 1129.
Okay, I'm less far away than I thought. That's nice.
Hey, Spoods, you want to know something funny? The spot that I died in is very similar to the spot that both of us died in at the end of last stream. Wait, my sword broke. My sword broke, and where is my shield? There's my shield.
Phantom's great.
We haven't slept at all this stream.
Spoos has been going wild on the house.
Is there another annex building added on? A new
You
addition?
can say that.
Oh wait, that was enough. But yeah, one of these days we'll have to do a test to see if that Triforce Heroes thing I want to do will work. We'll see if our internet can handle it. Hey look, it wasn't a waste coming out here after all. Ooh, definitely not a waste. I found like a pre-Caves and Cliffs patch of diamonds.
Nice.
I found a vein of 8. Also, Jimbles, I want you to note that going the other direction is long enough that it puts the end of the cave outside of my render distance. So, question. Have you made it back home yet, Jimbles?
Yeah.
How many diamonds do we have?
49.
49, counting what you've put in the chest and all that?
Yeah. Counting what I just dropped in.
How many do we need for each of us to have a full suit of armor? I know that it's a lot.
72? And that's just armor. If you want tools, that obviously goes up.
Yeah. I mean, the main thing we would want tool-wise is sword, right?
Sword and pick.
I'm so fucking upset.
What happened?
Watch the stream. You'll understand my pain.
How do I keep accidentally pausing stream?
It might just be your internet. I broke a piece of diamond ore, and Creeper snuck up behind me and blew up as I broke the block and blew up the actual sitting item.
Ah. Calculated.
Premeditated.
That creeper knew exactly what it was doing.
Unironically.
That's what happens to my shield.
Oh, is it the one that
Excellent.
got dumped in the chest?
Yeah, upstairs. Luckily, it just so happened that the shield I was using had like the perfect amount of durability to top them both off.
Hundred and 144 for everything. is what you're saying, right, Nautilus? You know, the whole netherite thing is bad enough as it is that they're making it harder to get netherite equipment. It's hard, like, they made it so hard to get just diamond equipment for the whole squad. Like, diamonds are properly really rare now. Like, you find them in veins of 1.
Just depends on the cave conditions too. You're less likely to find a diamond block exposed to open air. You're more likely to find it while strip mining.
I want you to know that one of my first responses in my brain, it was just, so you're telling me we should strip.
Let's get naked.
Hey, Bean Bun, how are you doing tonight or today? I don't know what time zone you're in. I'm Maddie. Welcome in to our little Minecraft stream.
We're committing deforestation.
It's 2 a.m. or p.m.
Yeah.
Usually it's 2 p.m. Okay. Usually I attract the crowd that are here at a.m. because I usually stream at 2. I start stream at 2 a.m. I just walked past a diamond.
Minecraft brain rot.
But yeah, we do. I'm a variety streamer primarily, but whenever all 3 of our schedules align, we do just stream as we do. Currently bleaching your hair. Ah, fun. Are you just bleaching it to bleach it, or are you just, bleaching it to try to dye it?
What flavor of bleach?
Getting diamond gear is much easier using villagers.
Yeah. I just hate setting up villager farms.
Yeah, because we'd need minecarts to transport them, wouldn't we?
Or boats.
Is it the Bleach anime? But yeah. Usually we do one of these little hangout streams once a week when we can. And the rest of it is just
nights
bleaching it so you can make it brown after. Nice. Brown hair is good. Also, I'd like to tell you, I found yet another mineshaft. But yeah, outside of these streams, I'm currently streaming through Fire Emblem Engage, and after that, we're gonna be starting Bayonetta. Jimbles, clearly we were looking in the wrong section of the cave.
Oh,
I have found 18 diamonds in the last 20 minutes.
goodness.
I think this is a good start, Jimbles. What do you think?
I think you're absolutely correct.
I swear if I come back up and you've made the Lapis Lazuli Tower into a dick.
No, not this time.
That was one of the things I explicitly said not to do.
And for the most part, I've followed through with that.
You followed through with it by making loopholes.
Yeah, what I always do.
I was talking about the house.
To be fair, though, the me opening the chest and finding it was really funny.
It was not constructed. It was merely
It caught me.
erected.
It caught me off. I swear. So yeah, I guess we have another cave. I guess we have at least 2 cave branches that we can explore still.
I'm
When
excited.
next? What?
I'm excited for Mandy to see the current state of the house.
I am
am
approaching
I.
the house currently.
By the way, this is a starting point.
Is it expanded in the basement or in the above ground area?
You'll see.
Dudes, it's now a watchtower. I can see so far.
Thanks for the follow, B-Bun. Jesus, Spoods.
Hi.
How is it that the Lapis Tower keeps getting bigger? Also, Jimbles, have you taken a look at the blood soup? I've made a slight change.
I didn't see it.
It's
I'll
actually...
slow it down.
Well, it's also actually labeled as blood soup now.
Oh, yeah.
So, we have 67. Got a new keyboard and you love it, but it's not made for your language, so the keys are wrong? Huh.
That's a tricky conundrum.
I really hope that you're good at touch typing. Because you can make do with touch typing in a situation like that, but...
I'm just putting it out there into the aether. Or ether, however you say it. That the house is nowhere near its final size.
I'm surprised that you didn't expand further into the basement.
So last stream we did the basement. This stream I wanted to do above ground.
Just kind of rearranging the keys.
So next stream we'll see what happens. Maybe we'll do a little cheeky downwards and outwards.
Maybe we'll do a little
build
cheeky...
Dennis.
Maybe we'll do a little cheeky upwards in a circle. In a wizardly fashion.
I don't know about that one. That's a little demanding. Not
Maybe we'll
very.
do that exact same set of instructions, but with orange and black terracotta.
Now there's an idea. That's an idea right there.
We didn't find any orange or black terracotta, though, did we?
We found
We found orange, and we can
found
make black.
green. Jimbles' axolotls have been putting in the work, killing the squids. So we've got some decent amounts of ink sacs.
It
Wow.
wasn't intentional planning, but it did work out.
We're currently at 24.
Because we'll just keep walking by the axolotl pond, and there's just ink sacs floating.
Oh, look, more ink sacs.
So yes,
Like
we have
that.
67 diamonds.
Neat. We need 2 more.
I was about to
Very
say,
important.
what can we make with 2 more? And then it clicked. Thank you, Spoods.
You're welcome.
You might actually, B-Bun, you might be able to change just, your keyboard layout if it's a... Like, if you're on Windows, you should just be able to be like, yes, this is, in fact, a QWERTY keyboard. Even if it's a Dvorak keyboard.
Windows lets you change it to Dvorak.
So, we do have ancient debris, right?
Exactly 1 as far as I remember.
Because you made a netherite pickaxe.
Yep, and I'm going to enchant that one.
Okay. Where did the other 2 go?
2.
Didn't we find 4?
We found 3, and I mined 2, and it takes 4 scrap per netherite.
Clearly, I don't know how netherite works.
I mean, considering you didn't even know gold was in the recipe, I think that's a valid statement.
Honestly, 9 times out of 10, you two just, like... You two carry me through these games.
We let you just go gather resources, and then we use them.
More or less. It's one of my favorite things to just... to just hold the Z key while sleeping. So, we still need diamonds to get everyone in diamond armor.
Correct.
And we can... We've got shears, right?
Somewhere. If not, we got plenty of iron.
Oh, no way. Someone made the twerking Among Us. With dot art.
No way.
And this be posted in Discord. It can't happen.
Bamboos can be used as normal sticks, right?
2 bamboo creating crafting to a stick.
Oh.
The fact that specifically only you guys and Lapis are going to be able to see that is funny to me.
Secret Amogus. The pumpkin harvest is ready.
Also, Spoods, I very much do not know this old gold block texture.
Aww.
Also, Spoods, I want you to know that this doesn't work This doesn't, like, make the correct shape.
Are you looking at it on mobile?
Nope, I'm looking at it on desktop.
It's making the correct shape for me.
Oh, it's because I had it full screened on my, smaller monitor.
I don't
I had
think
it-
it's 100% right on my screen, but it's dang close enough.
I mean, on mobile, it's gonna look pretty awful.
You want to know something really funny? Violet used to have a version of that was her own as an animated emote. I think it was Violet, Pahi, I want to say that Wolsk also had one. I'm not entirely sure. A whole bunch of my, a whole bunch of acquaintances. I don't know if they'd consider me a friend. Just because we haven't, spoken a whole lot. Well, Pahi and I know each other a bit. Fix the keyboard issue? Nice.
Was it an easy solution?
How many eggs, Jimbles?
The egg farm is ready. Is great. We have over a stack of eggs.
The egg
And I have
harvest is
been
bountiful
stealing
this
many.
year.
We will eat well this winter.
Gosh, could you imagine if Minecraft actually had, like, a seasons mechanic?
I get don't starve flashbacks every time.
How is Don't Starve, like, as a game?
It's solid, very difficult.
It does. How many players does Don't Starve Together have?
I think default you can go up to 16.
Really?
Yeah,
That's
you can
actually
set up
kind of
servers
impressive.
that can go even higher.
Maybe we should stream that at some point.
I think the highest I've ever pushed it was only 3, which isn't saying like anything at all. But I don't know why I put a but there. There was no extra to that sentence.
By the time our Minecraft playthrough is done, this house is gonna be so unbelievably large.
Is that gonna be all that you do in this Minecraft playthrough, Spoods?
I'll do other stuff. I'll help around doing things. I'll go to the Nether with you guys. I'll go to the end with you guys. I'll do some exploring, but for the most part,
We're gonna have a whole ass pagoda by the time that you're done.
we're gonna have at least 5 basements, if not 6.
Somebody stepped on my crops.
He ruined my dream journal.
That was probably me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I use she, her. Jimbles, who is labeled as Pine
Adios. Not adios, sorry. Hold on.
on the, Jimbles, who is labeled as Pine, uses they, them, and Spoods uses he, him. How? How does this keep getting bigger?
It hasn't grown since you last looked.
It looks like it's grown in my brain.
I wish I
Maybe.
had more lapis blocks to add.
What was that?
Maddie's starting to get the brain rot.
I'm starting to hallucinate.
The lapis tower is growing.
Holy crap, you can see so much from up here.
I wasn't joking when I said it's a watchtower now.
Should the house actually slowly make its way up that mountain behind it?
Yes.
I think what we should do is we should expand that top floor back to the wall of the mountain. Gotta wash out the bleach now. We should extend the house, the top floor, back to the wall of the mountain. and then go through the mountain and out the top.
Now you're just making it difficult.
Difficult, lemon, difficult.
Part of me was thinking of making it so that the house just kind of snaked up the side of the mountain.
I mean, that works. You're the
You're the architect.
But
yeah,
I don't
you're the
know,
architect,
that
Spoods.
seems too big.
I guess it'll
What do
just
we-
depend on how long this stream runs.
What do we
Well,
do
this
with all
series.
that house? Granted, what are we gonna do with the house we have now?
We could set up a different farm in each room.
We literally are only going to use the basement.
We have
Basement.
all the storage we need in the basement.
Again, there's gonna be another basement.
That's the funny thing, Spoods.
So
Hi,
really,
Hazman. How are you doing?
I should instead just be building the house downwards, because none of us are gonna venture upwards. We're all gonna stay in the basement, so might as well just make the house basement.
Welcome in.
And
How
that's
are you
no
doing?
fun.
Our wealth expands rapidly.
I want it so that when you crest one of the hills over towards our house, that you just see house.
And Spoods said, "Let there be house," and there was house, and it was good.
Spoods, Book 1, Verse 1.
I like how you recrafted the diamonds back into blocks.
You gotta
How is
condense.
How is it that we started off getting the Bible references out before stream started, and then yet incorporated the Bible references back in?
I have no idea.
Because I like taking pot shots at any religion. I just happen to know Christianity the best, so it's the easiest one to take pot shots at. I've got frickin' Bergen Trucking by Toby Fox stuck in my head.
It's a good song.
The Book of Spoods, Book 1, Verse 2, is where Spoods blesses the Minecraft world with potatoes.
Have you done that yet?
I have no idea where I put the potatoes. There they are.
And we have
You
like
need a
4
hoe.
carrots
Spoods.
spread throughout the house.
We need
Here.
a hoe. Where's the hoe?
There's a hoe up in the, there's a wooden hoe up in my, farm.
Good enough. You need a hoe to plow the earth. To plow the earth, you need a hoe.
Never
That
spend your
sounded
diamonds on a
really
hoe.
bad.
There's the, have you seen the thing that's just like, never spend your diamonds on a hoe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like the thing that the kid quoted to his mom.
He was very concerned.
It's speaking facts, though.
Never waste your diamonds on a hoe.
Honestly, though, like, the amount of times that... the amount of times that you two have got a diamond hoe and hung it on the wall.
I think only
Speaking
once
of-
have we been able to do the netherite hoe.
Jimbles.
It was the same. It was one of the same worlds that you did the diamond hoe. You were just like, hey, wait. We have the stuff.
We have the technology.
We need to make Ben again.
We need to make Ben. We need to recreate our fake wither from the modded pack.
The dither.
The dither.
I was
Not allowed
worried
to use
for
the other
a
name.
second that you were gonna see. I was worried you were
No.
gonna say the other one. Also, did you notice we have a back door?
Yeah, I did. Don't we have 2?
It's on the 3rd floor, but we do have a back door.
You gotta love when people build into the terrain. Spoods, do you still have that ender pearl and grass block?
They're in the valuables chest.
Oh, are they?
Yes.
You put the grass block in the valuables chest?
Is it not
Because it's
valuable?
valuable.
Hey, Jimbles. Jimbles
You're-
and Spoods, where you at?
The Nether.
Jimbles, I need you at home.
Unlike
Go
that
name
meme
it.
of where we put 17 stacks of sticks in the valuables chest.
They were valuable. Wood was
That-
a rare commodity.
That was
And we used
entirely
all of it for sticks.
that was entirely because somebody accidentally shift crafted a ton of sticks, right?
Yeah.
I need the tilde.
You can have the tilde.
Where do I get the tilde?
It's
I
on
don't
your
actually know if this name has a tilde applied to it. It doesn't look like it.
Hey, Jimbles.
Okay, it doesn't.
Jimbles. Go name it.
Where's
Bubbles.
my item?
Anvil's
frame?
upstairs. We should have the stuff to make item frames. You might just have to
Where's
look
my-
around.
Where's my rotten flesh to leather mod?
Honestly.
Where's my leather to rotten flesh mod?
We have an absurd amount of rotten flesh, though. Not gonna lie. Oh, here's leather.
Did you find 2 pieces or did you just find 1?
There are 5.
Here, let's keep them in the same place. I'm gonna put it in the chest off to the left of the valuables chest. But did you toss 1 to Jimbles? We must christen the house with grass blocks, as we have done many a time before. It's funny how many, like, archaic Minecraft shit, like, how much archaic Minecraft shit we have. It's just like, we have to do this, or else the world is not christened. It's like how, our entire Terraria run is invalid because Spoods never died of fall damage. We gotta do it again.
Right, I think this is the perfect room to start the grass.
This is Spoods, that's what we'll use it for.
Okay.
The grass and the nuggets.
Does that mean that this room is going to be the nugget room? Or is the 3rd floor going to be the nugget room?
Well, I think we're just gonna cover the walls.
I think this one would be a good one because this one doesn't have too many windows.
Oh, that's true.
For the
As for
nuggets,
now-
right?
Yeah, for the nuggets. We're going to need a lot of space for the nugget room.
I'm actually gonna leave Lapis and Nautilus downstairs.
I have made my contribution.
It better start with a fucking J. How do you even pronounce that? Joaquin?
Joaquin.
And mine's Jorge. It's not.
I like how we both went with a J name that doesn't start with the J sound.
My favorite thing is that, like, the whole starting with an A thing, it was a completely arbitrary restriction, but now it's tradition.
At first,
was a
it's just
very
to inspire creativity.
Started with a J, though.
Hey, wait, Jimbles, what was the enchantment that you were wanting on the netherite pickaxe?
My level 30 enchant.
Yeah, but it was efficiency 4, wasn't it?
3. I was going to use that book to upgrade it to efficiency 4.
I mean, can't you just use the book to... take it to efficiency 4 without having to spend the extra levels to enchant it to 3?
I could, but then it wouldn't get all the other enchants that it might get from the enchanting table. It would only get
Fair.
efficiency 4. Trying to optimize.
Spoods, actual question. Do you have a potato farm?
Yeah.
Where?
The fact that you haven't noticed it yet is kind of astonishing, but where you at?
What?
Where are you?
Oh. I'm over next to my wheat farm.
Come hither.
I like how we've all set up a different farm. Maddie's
Did
got
we?
her wheat as usual. Spoods has
Oh.
got potatoes as usual, and I set up a pumpkin farm just so I can live off of nothing but pumpkin pie.
Jimbles, no, you can't. You have diabetes.
I'm going to do it. Nothing can stop me. I can live out my dreams in Minecraft.
Do you actually like pumpkin pie?
Oh yeah. Mostly because it's like my mom used to make it all fairly often when I was a kid, so it's got that familial love.
I like
Those are
pumpkin.
the best kinds of baked goods.
I like pumpkin pie as long as it is like as long as the pumpkin isn't done in such an overpowering way. Like too much pumpkin in a pumpkin pie just makes it taste bad.
One of the things that I'm not a fan of is clove.
Hey, so Spoods, would you like to know what Jimbles and I did before you came back to start stream?
Mm.
We removed 2 pillars from the house.
Yeah, I noticed that. It makes it a lot more open.
You didn't say anything.
Well, there was a hot minute there where I thought that that just happened in the last stream.
You gaslit yourself into thinking it was something that we did in front of you last stream. That's really funny, actually. How good is cake saturation-wise?
Nah. There's certainly
Oh,
better.
shit. I've made a mistake. Jimbles, I made a mistake.
The floor cake has been born.
The flake.
Oh, that wasn't fully grown.
The floor here is made of cake.
The cake was not a lie. The cake
Wait.
was the floor.
What Minecraft playthrough was it where one of us made like 200 cakes and filled an entire floor of a house with it?
Good question.
Was that
That was
in
either the gay bunker world or that was a modded play.
Are you sure it wasn't the big house?
Was it Big House?
It might have been big house. It might have been someone covering the entire bottom floor with cake.
If it is, there wasn't any remnants of it, and we ate all the cake.
Elijah Wood says cake, then dies.
Because I know John's Bell obsession and then the subsequent we filled John's house full of seaweed was...
That
Gay
was the
bunker.
gay bunker. Actually, it might have been my house in the gay bunker world that got filled with cake.
All I know is that we're not allowed to open that world on stream specifically because of what I built across from the wheat castle.
Yeah.
Still brings an evil chuckle to my
That
cheeks.
that wheat castle was really fun though. And
Oh,
Spoods
absolutely.
Jimbles lives in fear of the day that I make another one.
It took so much wheat.
It was like multiple hundreds of wheat blocks.
I mean, you made a massive wheat farm, so
I did,
Which was
but
only dwarfed by the sugarcane farm.
the sugarcane farm that just looking in its general direction brings a system to its knees.
That wasn't
Mythical.
that was my farm, but was that was that before or after your computer upgrade, Jimbles?
Oh, that was when we were running on the laptop.
Mm.
Even still, I can look at it with this computer, and there's a noticeable drop in frames. It still stays above 60 FPS, fortunately, but a noticeable drop.
Things just like, what the hell are you trying to do to me?
I don't want to render 6,000 sugarcane and how the light interacts with all of it. What the heck?
The worst part is that that's a Bedrock world too.
The
That wasn't even a Java world.
marginally more stable version.
The worst part is that if I'm not mistaken, I made that on my old shitty laptop.
I thought that you made that one on your tablet, to be honest.
Actually, I might have made that farm on when I was playing Switch console edition
That might be what it was.
before I got Minecraft running on my PC.
I think that's what it was.
Gosh.
Because that's also the same world where we found the Holy Earth and we immortalized it in the sky.
The worst part is that was like floating in the sky, wasn't it? Like to start.
Yeah, it was floating just a little bit off the ground, but we moved it.
Gosh. I swear. Anyway, we should probably end stream before it hits 7 o'clock.
Yeah, let me come back
Let
to the
time slip
overworld.
away a little bit.
Yeah, we did.
As we always do. I don't want to get logged off while I'm in the nether.
Yeah. I showed you too the Wheeze emote, right? My Wheeze emote.
Yeah.
It's so good. It's one of the few emotes that I have that I legitimately think I did a good job on. The ones made by Sari are fantastic, but the ones that I've done are not fantastic. Did you see that there's the animated one as well? I think I pointed that out last time. Hey, so there is a zombie piglin vibing in the house.
He chillin'. Hey, cool. I mean, look at him. He looks happy.
Every time I see the shaking wheeze emote Nautilus, it reminds me of the fucking Nephinese joke from Path of Radiance. But yeah, you're still working your way back, right, Jimbles?
I'm here, I'm just inventory dumping.
Spoods, did you push the zombie pigman back downstairs?
No, he just walked.
He'd be walking.
Sure, Nautilus. I forgot about the hat. Okay, so
Module.
Elgdimmadome, owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome.
I want to play
guess-
Dimma Dubstep now.
I guess that is it for today. Spoods, do you want to give a cringy YouTube outro?
I can't.
You're
I'm
cringed
sorry.
out.
I
So,
can't think of anything.
I think you just don't want to add to the cringe compilation.
I mean, can you blame me?
Anyway. Yeah. So, thank you all so much for watching. I hope that you enjoyed. I will be back with, Fire Emblem Engage tomorrow. Hopefully that'll be the finale of the story, and then we'll do some side maps afterward. Let's see what else. Exclamation point Discord if you want to join the Discord. We're doing a poll in there to decide what game will be coming after Bayonetta. Currently, Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga has a sharp lead, so...
You totally vote for Superstar Saga.
Totally not biased.
I mean, vote for what you want. It's your choice, you know.
But, yeah. So, I guess we will... I always forget that you have to start the raid and then wait. But yeah, I hope to see you again tomorrow, and I guess, have a good one, and take care.
Bye-bye.
Don't forget to drink water.